Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's great to stay up late in the morning with you. Sorry I'm late. I underestimated the time it took to prepare. And so here we are. But good morning. Happy Friday. It really is Friday now. Not like yesterday when I thought it was Friday, but it was Thursday. So, there you go. Good morning. How are you? I hope you got some good sleep. I did. I got some good sleep. I don't think I dreamed. I feel like, and I'm probably you guys understand this too. I feel like I dream a lot, and I feel like I have similar, if not the same dream multiple times, right? Hi, Neil. And good morning, butterflies. Hello, hidden loungers. I don't think there's many hidden. But I will say, what did I say? What was I talking about? Okay, wait. Oh, dreams. Yeah, so I don't really, I wish, even though okay, so this is my quandary. You don't remember, you rarely do? Okay. So my quandary is, or my whatever, my perplexion, I don't know, is that if I have this dream, let's say a particular dream multiple times over your lifespan, right? Like similar, maybe shifts a little bit in details. But if you have that same dream, why can't you remember it, right? Like you'd think you'd had that dream enough. You know what I'm saying? Does it make any sense? GP, hello. Where are you? Are you over on Twitch? GP, are you over on Twitch hanging out? Because I don't see you over here on YouTube. That's so weird. I think I have live chat up, but although there's no guarantee. Yeah, so I was like, I was thinking that this morning. I'm like, if I have these dreams so much and so many year after year after year after year. Oh, he's a hidden lounger. Why is he hidden? I think he's over on Twitch. If you have these dreams multiple times over years, why can't you remember them? What is in our brains that decides, no, we're not going to remember this? I don't know. I'm not saying I really want to, although I'd kind of like to write some of them down. They might be good story lines. I had to order coffee this morning because I was out of beans. I'm so sad. I got beans with it, but I really wanted to. No, you woke up with a Charlie horse and your husband was laughing at you. Oh, no. Yeah, maybe your brain's saying, this is too much, too traumatic to remember. I'm sure the brain is doing its job. I have no doubt in my mind. But yeah, that was funny. I'm like, what? Wait a minute. What? Why can't we remember them if they're so goddamn frequent? That's all. I mean, it's just like they're so fucking frequent. Anyway. Oh, I don't have the kitty cam on. Hold on. I don't even know where the kitty cam is pointing, so you could be seeing garbage at this point. Oh, no. This room is a fucking... I don't know what I'm doing with all the stuff in this room. I'm trying to get it ready to put the recording booth up this weekend. Or it's not a recording booth, but, a little soundy, proofy type of corner. So I'm trying to set that up this weekend. But now everything is everywhere in my room. So it's literally, if you look down below the camera level, it would be like, who lives in this this crack house that she's built here? Hey, Max, how are you? Take a tolerance break from the chips. The Chiba and your dreams will explode. Nope. Never mind. I don't want to. The only dreams I remember are my nightmares of being back working at my old newspaper. Oh my God, Neil. Neil. That could be, yeah. That's too funny. Easily, are you okay now? With the Charlie horses hurt like a motherfucker. Like you think something may pop out of your skin at any time, like a bone or something. That's what a cramp feels like to me. I'm like, I don't know how does your body create something so painful with no reason whatsoever? Well, I mean, I guess there is a reason for Charlie horses, but what? But what is it? What? Tell me what the evolutionary reason for leg cramps is. When oh, I see GP and Lolo's YouTube. Yes, he's on Twitch. GP is sitting on Twitch, holding down the fort over there in the crazy land of Twitch. In the crazy land of hot tub girls, GP has valiantly agreed to go out and be that, and be the sentinel. Yeah, to be the sentinel for us. So that's great. I'm really happy about that. I'm gonna not roll, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna make some joints first before I start reading and smoke a little. So if you will indulge me, I will do that. Oh my God. I'm not really, I mean, I am awake. I am awake. But I'm not, if you know what I mean. Okay, so this is a great little thing. 50 cones. Oops, it's upside down because, the cones are upside down. 50 cones. Such a good thing. I just read an interesting article about these people are eating pets isn't new. Yeah, Grover Cleveland used this in his campaign, almost word for word, except it was used against Chinese immigrants. An occasional tolerance break is good in any case. Yeah, if you do, your dreams will become more vivid and memorable. Meh. Meh. But will my daytimes be even worse? Could they? Can they be worse? I don't know. My emotional highs and lows are crazy. Well, that's not true. They're not. They're normal. But I do have a chemical imbalance. So, there's that. Yeah, anyway. Life is funny. Life is hilarious. Let's see what. Today we're reading about Crew. We're going to read about Crew. Is anything happening in the news? I didn't even check the news this morning. I was running around. The dog needed to go out early. The cats didn't like their food. Assholes. What do they think this is? A restaurant? Anyway, so I'm gonna stuff this joint while I'm talking to you. Yeah. So let's see. I'm not sure. Can't remember what happened yesterday. What happened yesterday? Wasn't there news stories or something? I'm all discombobulated. I feel like I went grocery shopping yesterday at Trader Joe's, and it was a madhouse. We were very lucky to find a parking spot. We did. So yesterday is really weird for me because I don't know. Whatever. Whatevs. And yeah, I don't know. I have a thing I want to talk about, but I don't want to talk about it because I want to move on. So I'm just going to move on. Let's just talk about weed. Weed is wonderful. Weed is my friend. Weed never lets me down. Weed always chooses me. It's true. Yeah, I should actually. I could do that. Do I want to? No. But I could. Did I remember to... man, Max, I was looking at the vitamins yesterday and I'm like, what am I supposed to get here? I literally was doing that. God damn it. I literally was doing that. And I was like, I'm supposed to get something here. And I don't remember what it is. I'm going to put a note in my phone. And then I'll remember. Damn it. That was dumb. Because it's like Trader Joe's here in West Hollywood. You gotta, we go to the one in West Hollywood. Oh my God. You gotta be like, you have to have your flak jacket on, your tactical gear. You have to have reconnaissance for your parking situation. Never mind, like, getting to the frozen gnocchi. Oh my God. Well, of course we choose it's not that we choose the worst one. I think that's the one closest to us. The one on La Brea. I think it's the one that's closest to us. I don't know. Anyway, Hello, Oomph Cavalrest. Says Neil. Actually, I do want to kind of pull up the headlines while I'm doing this, because it takes me a long time to do this. I'll just do one at a time. It takes too long otherwise. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Give me everything tonight. Oh. Uh-oh, we're getting a little tense over there in the old Ruski. That sounds like, wait, Jim, I read in our, oh yeah, I know. An occasional, oh wait. Yes, it does, doesn't it? He's like creating the dystopian nightmare that he wants so badly. Anything is a distraction from the legal woes of Orange Man. And the night man, oh, stronger than the day man, oh, champion of the sun. What is that song from Always Sunny? Oh no, the Trader Joe's parking lot. Yeah, first the Trader Joe's parking lot, and then all of California. California shall be mine. I don't want it. It seems like a pain in the ass. I don't want any more pains in my ass. Believe me, man. You know, I'm just going to say, if you have something to trigger me, you want to tell me something to trigger me or something like that, doing it as a DM right before I go to sleep is really good, because mission accomplished. You pissed me off right before I went to bed. I love it. So how about not DMing me at all? Keep your opinions to yourself. How about that? That he wants people to believe. The only ones who believe are his ding-dong followers. I know. I was really, wow, man. I was watching something yesterday. And really thinking about how this messaging and eco, right? Like all this messaging shit is really... Oh, wait. GP, don't they know that you are Lolo of Lolo's Lounge? Don't the C's part? No. I'm not even on their radar. I don't even exist in the mind of anyone. Actually, that's true. Wait, that's woefully true. Oh, God. Okay, well, never mind. Oh, my God. Okay. Anyway, Russia expels 6 UK diplomats as tensions mount over missiles. This is going to be interesting. Hey, Cash App, how you doing? It's going to be interesting. I want to read about that. I'm sorry. Indulge me for a moment. All right. The move came. This is from the New York Times. Sorry. I still have about 3 months left on my subscription that I paid for by mistake. All right. The move came as Vladimir Putin warned the West that allowing Ukraine to use long-range weapons would mean NATO countries were at war with Russia. And you want to know something? Vladimir Putin is very scared of war with Russia because he will lose the war with Russia because he doesn't have, everything is just a big charade. Everything is charade in Russia. It is what appears that means the most. It is not what is happening. It's kind of like here. Interesting. All right, here we go. Russia announced on Friday that it has decided to expel 6 British diplomats from the country, accusing them of engaging in espionage and sabotage work, in a move that highlighted the deepening tensions between Moscow and London. The Russian Federal Security Service, or FSB, said that the decision had been made in response to the numerous unfriendly steps taken by London, a possible reference to signals from Britain that it was willing to allow Ukraine to use its Storm Shadow long-range missiles against targets deep in Russia. Speaking Thursday on a potential shift on the use of missiles, Putin warned that such a decision would mean that NATO countries were at war with Russia and that it would clearly change the very essence, the very nature of the conflict. Sherrod Brown, what? On Friday, the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, told reporters that Mr. Putin's statement was very important and that the Russian government had no doubt that the message had reached its addressees. That's right. I think we sent the message, and if not, we're going to send a little bit of polonium or whatever that thing is that disfigures her face. And we're going to make a latte out of it. That came after Britain said in May that it was expelling a Russian defense attaché as an undeclared military intelligence officer, and that it was imposing other restrictions on the Russian embassy in London. At the time, Moscow responded by ordering the British defense. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we don't really care about that. I'm sorry, I really don't. Great, they expelled each other's diplomats. Who gives a shit? No, I mean we do give a shit. All right, but I mean I just don't need to read about it. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, that's fine. You get the point. It's not good. Just looking for interesting stories. If you hadn't seen Hank Azaria's little clip about Springfield, because he played the police chief on The Simpsons in Springfield. He voiced that character. So he did a thing where he was the Springfield police chief answering a call from a resident. It's on my timeline. It's pretty funny. Oh, okay. Let me see if there's anything like wow, wowie, wow, wow. A dopamine fast will not save you from addiction. Oh, okay. Okay. Ooh, Boeing workers walked off the job in the first strike since 2008. It's about time. I think the Boeing workers might be the only ones that help us make Boeing safe. Well, I guess, yeah, never mind. Never mind. Yeah. And by the way, none of you did is not talking about anyone in this room. So, yeah. Oh God, oh my God. Just go ahead and knock me out for the rest of the time. I know, I need to smoke a joint. Butterflies knows. Butterflies knows where my head is at right now. Did I get it? Oh. I feel like I hit my knuckle on something. Anyway. So glad my daughter didn't travel. She would have come home today. Hurricane and strike. She missed that headline. Oh, that headache. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Oh, it's not the airlines cash. It's it's not the airlines easily. It's the airline the company that builds the planes. I think. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm wrong. Why is this not lighting? Because it's my Friday. It's my Monday. The Monday that feels like, or no, the Friday that feels like a Monday. Boeing workers. Yeah, these are the ones that build the planes. They're the ones that are on strike, not the airline workers. Sorry, that was my fault. I didn't specify which Boeing. So yeah, Trump had a rally yesterday in Tucson and had to pay $150,000 in advance for a 2,000 person hall to cover past bills he never paid. How many people showed up? 550? Really? That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. I watched some of that, I think. I think I listened to some of it. I don't know. I guess I can't really wrap my head around the fact that you would want someone like him to actually I don't understand. Why wouldn't you how in the world can you think I mean, I know. Never mind. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm just going to shut up. It's good for Jim, that's hilarious. It's good for her and for you. One of mine was like a what? A Yame? Put her somewhere and she would be basically in the same spot. The other one was, oh my God, all over the place. Oh, babies. Those were the babies. That's the baby talk. I watched it. He's doubling down on all the outlandish. Yeah, that I did hear a little bit. Did you hear the part where he said to the guy who was like, I guess there was a guy who was big, like tall or whatever. And he's like, get that guy to stand. He was obsessed with this guy in the audience. And oh man. Oh, it was held at the Linda Ronstadt Music Hall. Linda Ronstadt issued a statement raking Trump over his use of that venue. That's fantastic, Neil. Oh, yay. Oh, have fun, Lee. Oh, have so much fun. I'm so excited for you. That girls' weekend. Oh my God. That sounds like I would die. That would be so much fun. One of these days, we're going to have a girls' weekend. I'm going to fly out there and we're going to go party. Party like we're party. Yeah, I can imagine she wasn't happy. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear. I feel like celebrities are starting to speak out a little more. Not much, but just a little bit more. Move my thing with my shoulder. Oh my God. Won't the lake mess up your hair? I know, my love. I can't wait. We're going to do it. Mama's saving her pennies. Let's see. Woo. Wait, what is this? Oh. Elon Musk has a mini secret service. Did you know that? He has a little security force. Well, that's not very interesting. There's a story about affirmative action, but it's like what happened after the decision. Let's see. China. Ooh, this is interesting. Future of Murdoch Empire comes down to a court in Nevada. Next week, a probate official will hear evidence in a clash between Rupert Murdoch and some of his children over who should control his media companies after he dies. Isn't he dead? He's not dead? I love the beach. I keep the hair. I know. I like short hair. Hey, listen. It doesn't matter. You get beach hair, you wash it. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. I don't think she's going to get her hair set like we're in the 50s, you guys. Okay? I don't think she's going to go get like a hot set or whatever that is. I just think she's getting a haircut. It's not going to ruin it. God, what would ruin it? You guys are funny. It's like the 50s when we go and we get our hair set and we sit under the dryer or something. Remember that? I don't know. I never did that. And my mom didn't do that kind of stuff. I can't even remember what my mom's hair was. I mean, like when she got her hair cut. She never went to a salon. I think she did it herself. Isn't that interesting? I don't know. I can never recall my mother going to any kind of salon or anything. Cut and color. My mom used to rock a beehive every Saturday. Wash and... Oh, that's so cool, Lee. That is so cool. I love that. I love that. Now, interesting, my mom she was a nurse, right? So my mom did wear like the old-fashioned nurse's outfit when I was growing up because it was like the 70s. And she had that literal like nurse's cap, you know? Like Nurse Ratched. She wasn't though. She was lovely. My mom was the sweetest person. She was like so sweet. So she would, and the white, you know, like a tights kind of thing that nurses wear and all that. She had the dress. It was so weird. I used to play in that hat. I used to put on the hat and pretend I was a nurse. Okay, everybody. It's time for your shot. Same with your mom. Oh, that's so cool, Lisa. It was cool. It was fun. It's fun to dress up in. She probably didn't think it was fun. She worked the graveyard shift on the cardiac unit. She was a cardiac nurse, and she worked like 11 p.m. to 7 so that she would be home to get me ready for school and pick me up. That woman was a fucking machine. Then I wish they still had the red stripes in the hospital. Do you? I do. The candy stripers. I keep forgetting to look at where GP is. GP, I need you over here. I know it's nighttime, but I can't see. I keep forgetting to look over there to see where you are, my love. I love you so much. Then she became a midwife. Oh, that's so fucking awesome. I accidentally vomited on an old lady's beehive when I was 7. I fucking love that. On the beehive? What the hell? Oh my gosh. Yes. A doula. That's fantastic. God, man. That's amazing. Where were you where was she? I mean, how is this like, give me the physics of this. Like, where was your mouth in relation to the hair? I think that's so funny. You could have said, I just don't like your hair. Okay, thankfully the joint went out on its own for a minute, so now I can do some work. Got my hands free. I don't know why I don't have a cat up here. The cats are fucking up. All right, let me find my mouse. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Where's my mousey mouse? Yeah. Yeah. Where is my mouse? You know what? I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. And it doesn't matter. Nothing really matters. You know what though? I have the end of a vape over here. Oh wait, I got distracted by the end of a vape. What was I looking for? My mouse. Never mind. I'll use my mouse pad. Is that it? Yeah. No. No. That is not it. Oh, I see. It's just the campfire. Dummy. Okay. Yeah. Diet Coke. All right. This is your life. Yay! GP! Okay, good. Oh, no! Well, then, okay, listen. I'm not going to make you do anything against your principles. I love you so much. You don't have to do that. I will look over at the other chat, my darling. You can go wherever you need to because I support what you're doing. So I'm sorry. I didn't know that that's what you were doing. So I apologize. Sorry. I hope. Is there anything in particular that, or is it just the general allowance that they do of all of the hateful content that continues to be on these platforms? Cat's off the menu. Oh, my brother's graduation, tried getting out. She was sitting down. My brother put his leg up to stop me. And then I turned and vomited on her head. It was a tall beehive. Oh my God, easily. My wife has really curly hair, but she keeps it straightened. When we go on vacation, it becomes island hair. I couldn't figure that out. Every girl I dated had straight hair curled. And it enviced. I don't know what that last word is, but yeah, mine goes between. Like some days it's really curly. Some days it kind of straightens out. It's fine. My hair's a little fine. So it doesn't, like it's kind of, oh, I know it is every platform, GP. I understand that, but I also appreciate your principled approach to these platforms and what you do. So I just really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Vice versa? What's vice versa? What does Trump weirdly spent a long time yesterday reliving the night he won in 2016. Oh. Yeah, what does your protest sign say? I don't know what that means. Vice versa? What's vice versa? Are you guys trying to figure out how to spell vice versa? Which I don't know how, so don't ask me, because I don't know how. Oh, the last words. Oh, and vice versa. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. God, thank you. Wow, I'm not really that bright. I'm not that quick. Quick on the ow, that hurt my wrist. Okay, I want to read this story about the Murdochs. They're fighting. Fight. Fun fact, Murdoch's going to give me all his... I think I need to go honeypot Rupert Murdoch. I'm probably too old for him, though. Aren't his wives like in their 40s or 50s or something like that? I don't think a 60-year-old is Rupert Murdoch's type. Not that I could actually do that, you guys. I'm kidding. I'm just saying maybe I should be the twist at the end where Rupert stands up on his deathbed and says, I signed for my darling Lolo to have everything. I was wrong to try and change the world so terribly over my lifespan. I know he has an Australian accent. Yeah, never mind. Okay, just go with me. Just pretend. Pretend this is an Australian accent. So when I die, I want everything I have, including my media empires, to go to Lolo. Because more people should have watched her show. And with my dying breath, I hope that this gives her the platform that she needs to finally have more than 20 viewers. I'm kidding. I don't care. I'm kidding. I don't care. Terrible people fighting about money. Shocking. I know, Kathy, but this is supposed to be Schadenfreude. Yeah, 10%. Oh, girl, you know I'm going to make you guys part of this empire. You know it. We would be running the Rupert Murdoch empire. Okay? Australia is likely going to pass legislation that would require users to be age 16. Even the opposition right wing is on board. I'm all for it. You know what? I don't know. I'm just... either we figure out how to live with the dysfunction of it, which means regulating and, whatever, or online controls or online security or whatever. But... at the same time, it's to some degree, it feels a bit unchained, and there's a platform that's a newer platform. It's not totally new. It's called Kick. And I have a channel on that just as a backup. I don't use it, but it's it's formatted exactly like Twitch, but they don't have the rules that Twitch does, right? So more shit can happen on Kick. And that's just one, that's the challenge, I think, is I don't know how you necessarily, well, I would assume, probably wrongly, that there are rules in place for media companies, to, in terms of their mergers and their, that kind of stuff and their size. But I don't know. I don't know how you stop these, Tate brothers kind of morons. The Tate brothers are everywhere, by the way. There's nothing slowed down about those assholes. They're still creating content. And it's really disgusting content, by the way. I watched one thing the other day because I'm like, what the fuck are they up to today? And they basically, no, I'm not going to describe it. Anyway, it was just gross. I actually read a Media Matters report on Kick today. It wasn't complimentary. Yeah, no, Kick is probably a cesspool. It is a cesspool, actually. I can actually tell you that. There's a bill in Congress now that makes it a crime to dox anyone online. I did hear about that. It's a pretty severe situation there. I mean, that's we're proposing some pretty severe fines and shit. Have you ever been in Kick before, Tommy? Who's Tommy? Yeah. No, they're in Kick. Yeah, they're getting... Because they can do more on Kick than they can on Twitch. 7-year sentence. That's right. Thank you, Jim. Yeah, it's a 7-year sentence. So, yeah, I have a feeling, when I was working, like I said, I think I talked about it yesterday, I was working at this for this climate organization, basically, but for another organization that there was their sponsor, as they were getting set up as a nonprofit. And it was really interesting to learn all the rules around donor engagement, and stuff like that in Europe versus the United States. And in Europe, it's much more difficult to do a direct mail campaign to your donors. It is very, very difficult. The conditions that you have to meet in order to do a mailing or an outreach that is to more than, well, and actually to individuals as well, you have to be really, you have to meet a lot of rules and regulations. And that's in order to protect people from scams and other things, right? So I think I foresee that stuff will come over here to some degree. I think that there'll be a lot of resistance from the free speech crowd or whatever. And there'll certainly be resistance from the people who rely on direct mail. How does it define? Let me find that story. Hold on. Let me find that story. Because I'm interested in that. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 no no. All right. Oh, that's not that one. Whoops. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Is this the I'm just reading now. This is the Jerusalem Post. It's just a headline, so I don't have the whole story in front of me. But it says Australia introduces new hate crime and anti-doxing legislation amid rising anti-Semitism. That's interesting. But let me see if I can find the one that's actually about the proposed legislation. Wait, I thought it was. Why am I getting? Ooh. Well, there is a headline from Cal Matters. Doxing victims in California may gain right to sue. Whoops. Oops. Damn. Why can't I'm going to go on Twitter. Sorry. I'm not the fastest one. Okay. Doxing legislation. This is all the Do I live in Australia? Do I live in Australia now? Because I'm only getting Australian news. Oh, Georgia. No, that's February 5th. Am I supposed to be looking at the Australian law? No. It's an American one that they're proposing, right? I didn't think it was the news wasn't I thought the news was about that our Congress was considering. Oh, fucking hell. Why? All right, let me check my bookmarks. Maybe I haven't. I'm sure I put that in the bookmark. I'm just positive. Why? What in the world? Ba 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 ba. Actually, I'm going to show you because I want to go through some of these bookmarks anyway. So let me make this smaller. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Stop it. Okay. I'm looking to see because I thought I had put. Oh, there's so many bookmarks. So many bookmarks we need to read. Actually, it's not. Damn it. I guess I didn't keep anything on it. Shoot. All right. Well, I'll try and find that and then come back to it. Wait. No, I really want to find it. Wait. Hold on. I mean, where are we going, right? Where are we going? Oh, wait. I don't want that. Oh, what's that? That's March, though. I don't know, you guys. All right, let me see. One more try. One more try. Well, let me, I do have this as a news story. Gosh, I don't know why I can't find that because I remember reading that the other day. So this is, oh, actually, let me bring it up here. Oh, no, I'm not leaving. Oh, my God. I tell you right now, these pop-ups are going to kill me. They're going to kill me. Okay, so this is the victims of doxing could sue their attacker under new California legislation. 65% of online harassment incidents like doxing target victims based on their race, religion, gender, or political identities. Boop, boop, boop. San Diego, victims of online harassment here in California. Newly proposed state legislation would let victims of doxing or publishing someone's private information online to harass, intimidate, or embarrass them take their case to court. Uh-oh. Here in California, while doxing is considered a crime under the state's criminal code, there are no civil protections in place for victims. Oh, that's interesting. This new bill aims to change that by giving those victims a chance to sue their cyber attackers and seek justice on their own. San Diegan Kathy Moling is executive director of Trans Family Support Services. Her advocacy work made her a victim of doxing. It creates a sense of anxiety that never goes away, she said. That is absolutely why I was targeted. She told CBS 8 it was specifically because of the work that I do. With her personal information exposed throughout the internet, she said she and her family lived in a state of fear. That sort of constant in the back of your head anxiety of where else is this going to go, she added. Molig is a strong supporter of AB 1970, which would allow victims of doxing to pursue up to $30,000 in damages through a lawsuit against whomever exposed their information online. It would also allow the courts to issue an injunction to prevent more doxing. Quote, doxing is one of the most extreme forms of privacy invasion, said Assemblymember Chris Ward, who introduced the Doxing Victims Recourse Act. Doxing is already a crime in the criminal code, but protections for recourse for victims is silent. A 2022, okay, yeah, blah, blah, blah. These aren't numbers and figures. Whether it's the transgender community, the Jewish community, the black community, across the spectrum, we are seeing that more and more people are being affected by doxing. I don't know. It doesn't really, it doesn't specify. It would be interesting to look at, what was it? AB 1970? What was the... Where was it? The new bill. How did I miss it? AB 1970? Oh, yeah. 1979. Okay. Hold on. Hey, man, let's go to the source. Hey, man. Oh, my 7 key came off. Yeah. 7 to 8. Okay. 79. Oh, I just lost it. Okay. I was just going to look and see if they have a definition on this. So this is the bill. I'm just a bill here on Capitol Hill, and I blah, 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 do-dee-da-do. Oh-do-do-do, Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know, this probably isn't. Oh, it might actually be the same one. Oh, my God. Crazy. Introduced by Assembly members Warden Aguiar Curry. Blah, 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 blah. An act to add section blah, blah, blah to civil code, blah, blah, blah. All right. Existing law makes it a crime for a person who, with the intent to place another person in reasonable fear for that other person's safety or the safety of the other person's immediate family by means of an electronic communication device and without consent of the other person, and for the purpose of imminently causing that other person unwanted contact, injury, or harassment by a third party, distributes personal identifying information that would be likely to incite or produce that unlawful action. Existing law, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Okay, here we go. The bill would create a private cause of action against a person who doxes, as defined, another person. The bill would entitle a prevailing plaintiff who suffers harm as a result of being doxed to specified damages and would authorize the court to order equitable relief as specified and injunctive relief, maintaining the confidentiality of a plaintiff using a pseudonym instead of their true name. The bill would authorize a plaintiff to proceed using a pseudonym and require the plaintiff to file a confidential information form. Okay, so this is about the bill, but I want to talk about what they... Okay. I guess it's just personal identifying information. Where does it say that? Personal identifying information that would be likely to incite or produce unlawful action. Yeah, she did. She did. You're right. She did. We should know everybody, everything. Scroll down to section 1. Okay. There we go. Oh, thank you. Sorry. I'm sorry you had to type all that. Oomph. Thank you for typing all of that. Electronically distributes, publishes emails. Okay. Doxes means an act when a person with intent to place another person in reasonable fear for their safety or the safety of the other person's immediate family by means of an electronic communication and without consent and for the purpose of blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that I read. All right. Electronic communication device includes telephones. Okay. Harassment means, I'm going to control V. Oh, I like control V. So they can sue in civil court. Yeah, it's already a crime. It's already a criminal offense. But I want to read what Oomph pulled out of it. Electronically distributes, publishes emails, hyperlinks, or makes available for downloading personal identifying information, including, but not limited to, a digital image of another person. Check. An electronic message of harassing nature. Check. No, I'm just kidding. Which would be likely to incite or produce that unlawful action. I don't give a shit about any of you, okay? You don't even rate enough for me to bring a suit. How about that? I know they're all sitting there going, whatever. I have other things to do. I'm going to go to the beach, bitch. Yeah, last half of section 1. Let me see this. Of a harassing nature means of a nature that a reasonable person would consider as seriously alarming, seriously annoying, seriously tormenting, or seriously terrorizing of the person, and that serves no legitimate purpose. Yeah, this is interesting. I don't know. It doesn't really I don't know. Do you think, Oomph, that kind of satisfies the definition question that you asked? How do you provide a person's... let me see if there's... Let me just see. All right, so this is about the parties filing, injunctions. The legislature finds and declares that Section 2, which adds Section to this, imposes a limitation on the public's right of access to the meetings of public bodies or the writings of public officials and agencies within the meaning of Section 3, Article 1 of the California Constitution. Pursuant to that provision, the legislature makes the following findings to demonstrate the interest protected by this limitation and the need for protecting that interest. It is in the best interest of the public to keep these records confidential in order to protect the identity of any victim or their immediate family whose privacy was violated by doxing. Oh, because there's the Open Meetings Act, that pretty much everyone has, where when you have someone named that you can't hold that information, and this legislation proposes a pseudonym for the victim. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Well, we don't care about the Murdochs anymore. I don't give a shit. I hope they duke it out. Let there be blood. Yoel Roth. Ugh. Yes, he did. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about Yoel Roth, but yeah, he did. No, listen, I think it is underestimated what the stochastic nature of the way people can use online to attack you. It seems can get really, it's just getting more and more like dangerous when I see situations where people are stalked and stuff like that. So it is a serious thing. I'm glad they're doing civil penalties because I think that it has become a convenient trick on the internet to threaten doxing and threaten and do or dox and things like that. So it's become a weapon of choice, it seems. And that I hope we move away from that. I hope we do some legislation that discourages people from doing that kind of behavior, because it's really counterproductive and it's painful and it wastes energy and time and just all kinds of things. It's just not good. It's not good. All right, I'm going to make this a little bigger so you can see everything that I'm reading. Okay, so let's do some bookmarks, and then I do want to read the Crew document. Isn't the info of public figures already out there? Yeah, I don't know if it's, I guess it depends. I think this was for just everyone, not necessarily keeping public figures. But no, not all the information, not all your information is out there, even if you are a public figure. So, and I think it's also, Max, with the intention of harassment or to create the fear that the information could be used to identify or find you and things like that. So I think conditions have to be met, obviously, as they should, because trolling online is something we all do. So, we should be able to troll people, but at the same time, there's no reason to dox someone. I don't think I've ever done it. In fact, I know I haven't. So I'm like, I don't know. I just don't. It's a weapon. It's a weapon. All my celebrity idols say my ardent admiration is harassment. Do they? Oh, that's sad. That is sad. Oopsie. Public figures usually have themselves removed from cluster MAGA, Google Maps, etc. Oh, interesting. I didn't know. Oh, maps, cluster maps. Thank you, GP. I didn't know that. Don't forget to buy your Trump Bitcoin September 16th, the same day he can cash out. Oh, is it really? Oh my God, easily. Wouldn't that be funny? Oh man. I just found out I have another brother moving to California. He's looking at a house in Hermosa Beach. Oh, that's nice. Good for him. That's a nice place. That's a really nice place to live. Cease and desist from Tom Waits lawyers. He doesn't love you. Hey, listen, sometimes you need to hear it. Sometimes you need to hear it. No. But yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Anyway. Yesterday, Smartmatic's massive defamation lawsuit against Newsmax will go to a jury trial in 2 weeks. Boy, I hope we can watch it. A judge ruled, unless there is a settlement, which there probably will be. Damn it. The case is about the pro-Trump guests and hosts who promoted false claims that the 2020 election was rigged. No, I don't watch the news summarized. Okay. A major defamation case against Newsmax will proceed to trial. A judge ruled Thursday, dealing a blow to the right-wing network and setting the stage for a 2020 election to be relitigated during the final stretch of the 2024 race. Wow. He and his wife wanted to be closer to their That's lovely. No, it's such a lovely area. I was actually just looking at pictures of Orange County and places. And Hermosa Beach is so beautiful. So beautiful. So I think it's great. I'm excited for them. I wish I could do it. I wish I could do that. Let's see. Delaware Superior Court Judge Eric Davis rejected Newsmax's attempt to shut down the case, which was brought by the voting technology company Smartmatic, without even holding a trial. Instead, Davis concluded that key questions about Newsmax's actions in 2020 would be weighed by a jury. barring a pretrial settlement. Oh, barring a pretrial settlement. Oh, barring. But for a pretrial settlement. Newsmax reported on allegations regarding the election in Smartmatic, but there remains a dispute whether Newsmax recklessly disregarded the truth. Can I be on this jury? Because I know what they did. Oh my God. Inform the public of newsworthy events. Or did Newsmax purposely avoid the truth and defame Smartmatic? Let's see. What would I call that? Yes, that would be defamation. Okay, the trials scheduled to begin September 30th. I know they're probably going to. Damn, I know. Every time I get excited for that, then I realize they're probably going to resolve or just settle it, which is fine. But you know what? No, it's not fine. I think we need the trial. Anyway, we got the point. We have the point of that. All right, so that's one. Great. Hello. Oh, this pissed me off. I didn't really understand it. Hold on. I need to get... I think I have this. Did I get this document? Oh, shit. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Oops. Too far, lady. Too far. Do 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 do. I do 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 do. Ugh, I say. All right. The Superior Court learned the right-wing shitbag radio station I've always thought Sinclair is in fact Cumulus Media. Interesting. I only know Orange County from Real Housewives. They don't have very good taste, although, of course, they are No, they don't. I mean, not everybody. Some people do, but there are preponderance of women who look like either Kim Kardashian or the Real Housewives of Orange County. That's what I find when I go, well, anywhere. If I go to like anywhere. The Valley, here, here, and down. That's the style here. The style for women is either, Orange County, Beverly Hills wife, or Kim Kardashian. There's a lot of Kim Kardashians. We're lousy with Kim Kardashians here. Anyway. All right. Order on defendant's motion to dismiss under the Supremacy Clause. The defendants seek dismissal of the indictment. This is the Georgia case against Trump. U.S. Constitution. Blah, blah. They argue that the indictment is preempted by federal statute. Presidential electors fall outside of the state's appointment power and police power, and that state action is prohibited because the subject of the indictment is inseparably connected to the functioning of the national government. The court heard argument from counsel for several co-defendants adopted by Eastman and Still on December 1st, 2023. After considering the briefing and argument of counsel, the court finds the indictment is not barred entirely. However, because the court also finds that the U.S. Supreme Court decision of 1890 preempts the state's ability to prosecute perjury and false filings in a federal district court, counts 14, 15, and 27 must be quashed. Are they here? No. Are they down here? No. Okay. Let's see. The defendants first argue that after December 8th, 2020, any state action related to the 2020 presidential election was unconstitutional, and the indicted offenses are preempted due to the Electoral Count Act, which details Congress' electoral vote counting process. Because election-related litigation remained pending as of that date, the defendants contend that only Congress, not a state prosecutor or grand jury, could determine the legal validity of the presidential elector slates. What? Okay. Georgia law presumes the constitutionality of its statutes, and the burden lies with the defendants to prove a clear and palpable conflict before this court should declare any law unconstitutional. The constitutionality of a statute may be challenged by a defendant in two primary ways, as applied or facially. An as-applied challenge addresses whether a statute is unconstitutional on the facts of a particular case or a particular party. A facial challenge, the more difficult to mount successfully, requires one to establish that no set of circumstances exists under which the statute would be valid, i.e., that the law is unconstitutional in all of its applications, or at least that the statute lacks a plainly legitimate sweep. A challenge may feature characteristics of both. Let's see. Okay, so we're doing the challenge. Although not discussed in detail in through the parties' briefing, the court views the defendant's preemption argument as a mixed quasi-facial challenge appropriately raised pre-trial. The claim is as applied because it does not seek to strike the criminal statutes in every possible iteration, but only to the extent that they cover the defendants. The argument is also facial in that it is not limited to this indictment, but challenges application of the statutes more broadly to all presidential electors. Therefore, in asserting the statutes cited in the indictment are preempted, defendants must show that the challenge laws are preempted in all of their applications towards presidential electors or those purporting to be presidential electors. Okay, this is like a little boring. Procedural framework aside, the Supremacy Clause declares that the state law must yield to federal law when the two conflict. The resulting preemption doctrine therefore applies. Where there is direct conflict between state and federal, where state law stands as an obstacle to the accomplishment and execution of the full purposes and objectives of Congress, where Congress has occupied the field in a given... So is he basically saying that there are counts within the indictment that that meet the same argument that Trump's lawyers were making to the Supreme Court? Wait, let me make sure I'm following myself. Where it's like, remember the part of the challenge to the, God damn it. Wait, hold on, I'm going to get it. Remember the challenge to the state? Oh, fuck. Okay, I need to figure out how to say it. Hold on. Stay with me. My brain's short-circuiting right now. That there has to be an impeachment before there's a conviction or something in that regard. So remember that part where they said Congress had to go, Congress was the one who made the decision. Is that what this is reflecting? I wonder. I'm not entirely sure. So that's my question. Each of these three possibilities. Okay, so this is with them just deciding how it's preempting. Because it requires an explicit showing of intent, express preemption is the simplest. Okay, so this is just saying out. This is what they need to do in order to meet this. Oh my God. My brain is like... I just want to see what the other sections of this are. I don't want... All right, field. Okay, well, here we go. Oh, actually, this is important. Okay, let me just make sure I'm not. This is actually important. Holy crap. Okay. All right. So express preemption, because it requires an explicit showing of intent, express preemption is the simplest of the three inquiries. Here, the ECA both in its current and prior form before the 2022 amendment does not expressly preempt state law. One cannot find language within the statute categorically foreclosing state law in any way. While defendant Shealy claims the ECA expressly preempts state law through its acknowledgement of alternate slates of electors, such a mere reference does not meet the standard for express preemption. Instead, a federal law must contain a provision that expressly preempts state law in some area, and the ECA plainly does not. No problem. No, I think we're going to get through it. It's not that long. Let's see. So this is just details. Conflict preemption. A state action or law may encounter conflict preemption where compliance is impossible or the purposes and objectives of Congress are hindered. As to the first consideration, the impossibility of compliance, the statutory violations alleged in the indictment do not create such a scenario. Compliance with the ECA does not, by necessity, imply a violation of Georgia criminal law. Although this case may present the first documented instance of purported alternate electors in Georgia's history, there is no indication that the presidential electors in Georgia have done anything other than comply with both the ECA and state law since ECA's inception, nor does compliance with Georgia criminal law imply non-compliance with the ECA. The defendants have not demonstrated that they were required to send an alternate slate of electors. The defendants have not demonstrated that they were required. Rather, the cited section of the ECA only contemplates such a possibility by alluding to, quote, a case of more than one return or paper, slate of electoral ballots or ballot, purporting to be a return from a state if there shall have been no such determination of the question in the state. Amended. It does not contain any indication that a slate of electoral ballots submitted would be free from criminal consequences incurred by actions taken during the creation or submission of the alternate slates. Second, the indictment does not frustrate the purposes and objectives of the ECA. Congress' purpose is the ultimate touchstone of this analysis. This is interesting. To identify that purpose, a court must analyze the statutory text and framework. The text of the statute demonstrates The text of the statute demonstrates that Congress intended to provide a vote counting process wherein Congress only determined the legality of multiple returns for the purpose of counting electoral votes. The prior ECA contemplates receipt of more than one return or paper purporting to be a return from a state and provides bicameral procedures for resolving discrepancies and determining which returns were cast by lawful electors appointed in accordance with the laws of the state that should be counted. Nothing in the statute creates criminal consequences for an unlawfully submitted return. If Congress had intended to offer immunity to those who submitted multiple returns, it would have manifested such intent somewhere within the statute. So what that's saying to me, and I could be wrong. Oh, is it? I should go. I should go to Comic-Con. That was pretty fun. So what this is telling me is that that the ECA doesn't provide any kind of acknowledgement that submitting fake electors, I guess, is violates their thing, because the ECA seems to assume that Congress is going to adjudicate if there's any conflict. Am I reading that right? Preemption should be conflict of local and federal laws. Right. Okay. Laguna Beach used to be like a quirky weekend getaway, but then there was the TV show. I know. Now everything's super busy over there, super high priced and stuff. You really can't move onto the coast. You can't move west of 405. I volunteered at Comic-Con. T-shirt, free entry after shift, worked for artists. Oh, I could do something like that. I don't know if I can though, because I'm not that hardy. I'm not that hardy. Yeah, I know. I want to go. It's fun. Okay, sorry. Okay, here we go. Blah, 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 blah. Carla, did you dress up when you went to Comic-Con? Did you dress up as anything? I was a Bill from Schoolhouse Rock last year. I made a costume. It wasn't very good, but it was okay. Actually, it was kind of popular. Not really. Actually, not really. I didn't even see myself on anybody's thing. Oh well. It was a mild visit. Oh my God, Carla, come to Los Angeles. The Texas. Okay. The statutory framework further reveals a procedural schema wherein each state ascertains its slate of electors. The slate of electors is sent to the federal archivist. The electors vote. The votes are sent to Congress to be counted, all to determine the outcome of a presidential election. Structurally, the statute's purpose is to detail the process of congressional vote counting for the Electoral College. Likewise, the 2022 amendments to the ECA do not reveal any alternative purpose. Absent any indication to the contrary, the court finds the text and the framework of the statute demonstrate that the purpose of the ECA is to mandate a congressional process for counting electoral votes and nothing more. So I guess you can't find them guilty from a state. You'd have to do it from a federal. Does that make sense? But the ECA doesn't have a provision for saying that that's wrong. So it wouldn't technically. Is that what I think that's where I'm following this to go. I don't know. Defendants, wait, I just found out. Oh, no, you said that. Defendants argue that by removing any reference to the alternate slates of electors, the 2022 amendments show that alternate slates were authorized by the prior ECA. It may be true that, quote, when Congress acts to amend a statute, we presume it intends its amendment to have real and substantial effect. But the real and substantial effect of these amendments would be on Congress's process of counting electoral votes. These amendments do not imply that the previous version of the ECA contained any requirement to send alternate slates of electors or any offer of immunity for those who did. Additionally, the amendments were made in 2022, over 135 years after the initial passage of the ECA. As the Supreme Court also stated, the views of a subsequent Congress form a hazarded basis for inferring the intent of an earlier one. And here, there is not a compelling reason to find that those amendments were meant to counter a previous congressional intent that cannot otherwise be shown through the language or structure of the statute. The 2022 amendments do not change the basic purpose evident in the text or structure of the ECA. This Halloween, all you need is an adult diaper over jeans and a pad on your ear. I'd have to really find a deep... I know. It would be fun. Get a real deep character somewhere there. That'd be cool. Let's see. I don't know what I would do this year. I'm not sure what I would do. I have to think about it. Foghorn Leghorn. Oh, that's a good one. That would be a good one, actually. I will say, having a big costume, like I had a big foam, like paper bill. It wasn't paper, it was foam. But I had a big foam, like bill wrapped around me, like a, you know how those people used to wear barrels when they were naked? That's kind of what I was doing. I had like this thing. I wasn't naked, but I had this big barrel of white foam, and it had like glitter letters on it to look like the guy from Schoolhouse Rock. The bill. People got it. People loved it. You know what? It's very nostalgic for people. I really got a lot of people like, oh, and then singing the song and stuff. It was really, it made people happy. I really liked it. So I'd like to do something like that where it's like people go, oh, you know, because then I feel better about myself. Oh, God. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. I say nice women, but her bonnet's on too tight. That's right. Foghorn Leghorn. Your bonnet's on too tight, lady. Still, the defendants raise. I'd like to wear a costume with a mask for anonymity. Yeah, there you go. Still, the defendants raise two hypotheticals they argue could frustrate this congressional purpose. First, defendants contend that if Congress had hypothetically accepted the slate of ballots sent by the defendants, the indictment would interfere with Congress's determination under the ECA. Perhaps. But this is not the scenario alleged to have occurred in this indictment, and for the purposes of a quasi-facial challenge, the court need not reach this hypothetical. Congress only accepted and counted the electoral votes certified by Governor Kemp, and not the alternate slate of electors. Second, defendants contend that there is a conflict because the safe harbor date, the determination of valid electors, is an exclusively federal issue under the ECA. Oh, would they like to be charged federally for this? Is this what they would like? Because I have a feeling it's going to be a trans-state conspiracy by the time we're done. So if they would like, I think it should be federal. How about that? The defendants argue that since litigation remained pending in the 2020 safe harbor date, Georgia's certified slate of electors was not conclusive under the ECA, so any actions relating to an alternate slate of electors cannot be the subject of an indictment. In this way, the defendants assert the indictment could be seen to frustrate Congress's purpose in creating the safe harbor date. The state's indictment, however, is not attempting to determine which slate would be conclusive for federal vote counting under the ECA, and the indictment has no effect on congressional vote counting per the ECA. Whether the safe harbor date was satisfied is not conclusive. In short, the function of the ECA is to prescribe Congress's process of counting electoral votes, and this indictment does not impact how electoral votes were or will be counted by Congress. Thus, the court concludes that the state's prosecution is not barred by conflict preemption because it does not impair congressional vote counting as prescribed by the ECA or conflict in any other way. Field preemption. Finally, the court cannot find any support for the idea that that Congress intended the ECA to preempt the entire field of state criminal law relating to federal elections. Field preemption occurs when the scheme of federal regulation may be so pervasive as to make reasonable the inference that Congress left no room for the states to supplement it, or where the federal interest is so dominant that the federal system will be assumed to preclude enforcement of state laws on the same subject. An implied preemption analysis carries a strong presumption that states retain their traditional police powers, quote, unless preemption was the clear and manifest purpose of Congress. For example, in Hernandez v. State, the Georgia Supreme Court denied a post-conviction argument that the identity fraud statute was preempted by federal immigration law because nothing in federal law explicitly overrides state law, and the two laws do not conflict in their operation or enforcement. Furthermore, in the area of enforcement of state criminal laws, the presumption is against federal preemption and thus favors an active exercise of criminal jurisdiction by the state. Oh. Notably, Georgia law does not recognize that federal law was intended to exclusively govern conduct related to state electors. And federally, although Congress may have had the final word on competing slates under the ECA, that does not imply that the state loses all power to prosecute any wrongdoing that takes place during the prescribed process. Moreover, the U.S. Supreme Court's treatment of presidential electors does not support the contention that state actions against electors are impliedly preempted by the ECA. For example, in Chiafalo v. Washington, the court found that a state could punish a duly elected presidential elector for faithless voting. And in Inree Green, the court held that the state's power over electors was vast and encompassed prosecuting fraud in voting for electors. Well, hello. Congress has never undertaken to interfere with the manner of appointing electors or where, according to the new general usage, the mode of appointment prescribed by the law of the state is election by the people to regulate the conduct of such election, or punish any fraud in voting for electors, but has left these matters to the control of the states. This recognition of state powers undermines the idea that Congress created a legal scheme for presidential electors so pervasive that it left no room for state action. Under the federal Constitution, the election of a president is a mechanism wherein the states and the federal government both have significant power. In summary, the court finds that the state's indictment is not preempted by the ECA because, 1, the ECA does not expressly preempt state law. 2, the indictment does not create an impossibility of compliance with both state and federal law. 3, the indictment does not obstruct the fulfillment of Congress's purpose in enacting the ECA. And 4, the ECA does not exclusively occupy the relevant field. And to the extent that the defendants seek the court to dismiss the indictment against them on the grounds that their acts were lawful under the ECA, such a determination is not suitable for a demurrer or other pretrial motion. Each of these alleged counts involves a degree of criminal intent, intentionality, and intentionally, knowingly, willfully, or some combination. While the defendants may have believed themselves to be acting lawfully under the ECA, this intent cannot be examined pretrial, and this order does not reach the merits of possible defenses at trial. Interesting. So this means you're not off the hook, but you have to, yeah. I like putting on glow-in-the-dark makeup and hit haunted houses. They always think I'm a guide in blackout rooms because my face. I love that. That's funny, easily. Those things scare me. I watch too many horror movies about them. The appointment power. Outside the traditional preemption context, the defendants also argue the indictment of unelected federal electors lies beyond the state's constitutional grant of power to appoint electors found in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2. Also known as the appointment power, the argument relies in part on U.S. term limits, blah, 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 where the Supreme Court explained that the Article 1, Section 4 duty of states to prescribe the time, place, and manner for elections for members of Congress, as well as the Article 2, Section 1 power to appoint presidential electors, delegated powers to the states, emphasized, while the 10th Amendment reserved previously existing powers to the states, also emphasized. Any additional exercise of power within that framework, such as the qualifications for members of Congress and U.S. term limits, must be delegated to the states by the Constitution itself. This argument of federal control in presidential elections is seemingly supported by dicta in Oregon v. Mitchell, which, in finding that Congress had the power to enfranchise 18-year-olds in federal elections, stated that Congress has the final authority over federal elections. Thus, the question raised by whether the scope of the state's delegated power over electors includes the power to indict persons who allegedly impersonate an elector. After consulting Green and Chiafalo again, the court concludes this indictment is within the state's power. Henry Green holds that a state may prosecute a person for fraudulently voting for electors in the Electoral College. That's fine. In Chiafalo, the court finds that the state could impose a fine on electors who failed to cast their ballots for the winner of the state's popular vote per their required pledge. The court further explained that the constitutional amendment power gives the states far-reaching authority over presidential electors, absent some other constitutional constraint. In combination, these cases demonstrate that states may criminally punish fraudulent conduct related to presidential electors, and that the appointment power covers a broad scope of enforcement related to the state's determined manner of appointing electors. Had many groups walking in circles because I don't know where I'm going. Easily that. You are so funny. Oh my God. I would die. Not literally, but yeah, I'd be scared. Let's see. It follows that a state may indict someone. Okay. It follows that a state may indict someone for allegedly committing fraud by holding himself out as an elector when he had not in fact been appointed. Defendants contend that Chiafalo, I'm sorry if I'm not saying that. Is it Chiafalo or Chiafalo? I'm not sure. Supports the argument that the state's power over electors ends on election day because a condition on elector appointment is still derived from the appointment power. But if the power ended on election day, states would not have the power to enforce such a pledge as the state of Washington did in Chiafalo. So long as nothing else in the Constitution poses an obstacle, a state can add, as Washington did, an associated condition of appointment. It can demand that the elector actually live up to his pledge on pain of penalty, which is to say that the state's appointed power, barring some outside constraint, enables the enforcement of a pledge like Washington's. In Chiafalo, the mechanism of appointment was violated by electors breaking a pledge to vote for the winner of the popular election in the state. This indicates that beyond election day, each state may enforce its mechanism of appointment, and in this case, the state alleges that the mechanism of appointment was violated by contingent electors fraudulently claiming to be the duly elected and qualified electors within Georgia's power of appointment. Defendants further argue that only a state legislature may enforce the appointment power. This concept is again at odds with Henry, Green, and Chiafalo. In both cases, the courts of the effective state enforce the appointment power determined by the state legislatures, noting how the enforcement proceeded through the state courts upholding the fine imposed. Henry, Green, fine. Some defendants additionally claim that the indictment is improper because the 12th Amendment gives Congress the sole authority to determine the outcome of disputes between sets of electors after Election Day. There was no dispute. But Chiafalo described the 12th Amendment as mandating a procedure for electoral vote sending and counting, and found that a state's power to enforce its mode of appointment fell within 591 U.S. blah, blah. Again, as noted on the issue of preemption, this indictment does not impair electoral... Hey, Gus, why don't you get up here? Kitty. Gussie. Come on, do some kitty cam. Come on. Earn your keep. Earn your kibble. Geez, can't abolish the Electoral College. How about if each person within the most votes wins? How about that? What a different world we might have had. I don't know. I think so, but I don't know. And found that a state's power to enforce... Blah, 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 blah. Again, on the issue... Okay. inseparable connection to the functioning of the national government. Finally, the defendants argue that because of the election of the President of the United States is inseparably connected. Oh, SB, where are you? Oh, I'm so sorry. We're reading the Georgia, you know how, okay, sorry, the Georgia false electors case. This is the thing that came down yesterday from McAfee, dismissing some of the counts in Georgia. Sorry. Yeah, this is Georgia electors. I'm sorry, everybody. I just kind of ran right into it. But yeah, we're almost done with it. Finally, the defendants argue that because of the election of the president is inseparably connected to the functioning of the national government, the Supremacy Clause bars the state's criminal indictment. The defendants primarily rely on in re Loney, which prohibits state prosecutors for perjury related to statements a defendant made while testifying in a federal tribunal. In fact, I'm going to run through it a little bit faster because I want to get to the crew thing too, and it's longer. Republicans have proposed a state elections version of the Oh, God. I can't. Oh, my God. No. Let's see. The defendants primarily rely on in re Loney, which prohibits a state prosecution for perjury related to statements of defense. Okay. While testifying in a federal tribunal. Loney holds that a witness testifying under oath authorized by the United States, the witness provides his testimony in obedience to those laws and not in performance of any duty to which he owes to the state in which his testimony is taken. The underlying policy endorsed by the court is to prevent a state's prosecution of an individual for perjury in a federal tribunal where prosecution. Okay, this is great. This is weeds. Those are the weeds. Those are for the wonks. Oh yeah. Let's see. Georgia Supreme Court found that a state court did not have jurisdiction to prosecute a defendant for perjury because when a crime is committed against the public justice of the United States, the party charged therewith is to be indicted and prosecuted, therefore, in the courts of the United States, not in the courts of the state. The court in Ross based its decision on the federal statute that provides for exclusive jurisdiction in the district courts for crimes against the laws of the United States, the equivalent of a modern codification of 18 U.S. Code Section 3231. Therefore, since the perjury statute criminalized false statements under oath in a case where federal laws authorized an oath, the state did not have jurisdiction. The defendants argue that after the safe harbor date, Congress was adjudicating the validity of presidential electors, so any action taken by the defendants in acting as presidential electors would be barred. Such a broad reading of Loney is not persuasive. Okay, great. The majority of the indictment alleges conduct violating state law without alleging perjury, so that's perjury, okay. Count 27. The central holding of Loney is that the power of punishing a witness for testifying falsely in a judicial proceeding belongs peculiarly to the government in whose tribunals the proceeding is had. More recently, the Supreme Court reaffirmed this holding in Arizona v. United States. A federal... Sammy, why can't you guys lay over there? What's the problem? My cats are so redonkulous. Okay. And still provide a mechanism of enforcement against false statements made under oath in judicial proceedings. As a result, Georgia does not have a legitimate interest in jurisdiction to punish such statements. In the undersigned's opinion, the state's tenacious effort to distinguish Loney in supplemental briefing does not overcome this point. Decisions from New York's appellate courts provide further examples. Okay, get to what's your thing. Applied to this indictment, finally. You know what? Do you want to know what? Do you want to know how right you are right now? I should rename my cats. Don't tell me what to do. That's true. That's exactly what they're saying. And you know what's going to happen? The minute I turn this camera off, they're going to hop right up there and lay down all day. They've done it the last 2 days. Okay, anyway, sorry. Applied to this indictment, count 27 alleges the filing of false documents in violation of Georgia something. This code section criminalizes knowingly filing, entering, or recording any document which contains a materially, it's the LY words too, they get me, man, materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or representation in public record or in a Georgia court or a court of the United States. Here, the document in question is the verified complaint for emergency, injunctive, and declaratory relief in civil action Trump v. Kemp. Verified complaints to a federal district court come within the ambit of federal perjury statutes. Because the statutory reach of the Georgia Code provides a criminal sanction for verified false statements made under oath in federal court, the undersigned concludes that the defendant's quasi-facial challenge succeeds. This charge must be quashed. Counts 14 and 15 present a slightly different question and require consideration of dual sovereignty. While the conduct under count 27 could be directly punished under federal perjury statute, these two charges, so the thing is they might have been removed from the state, but they can now be charged federally. So, good job, fellas. Hold on. Let me change the lighting. Let's create some more ambiance. Okay. If I had a cat, I'd call him Casey McCatface. Wait. Sissy McSisface? Sissy McSisface. Without a certification, these writings fall outside the federal perjury statutes, but within the purview of 18 U.S. Code, Section 1001. Oh, wait. Sorry. While the conduct... Okay. For the federal, these two charges, 14 and 15, allege that certain false documents were mailed to the district court in violation of Georgia Code, blah. Without a certification, these writings fall outside the federal perjury statutes, but within the purview of 18 U.S. Code, which generally criminalizes false statements to any branch of government outside of parties to judicial proceedings. Because this lies beyond Loney's narrow holding, the question becomes whether the state has concurrent jurisdiction to prosecute conduct also covered by federal statute. Interesting. The doctrine of dual sovereignty holds that the federal government has concurrent jurisdiction with the states when the same conduct is an offense both against the United States and against the state where the offense is committed. For example, as previously noted, Henry Green holds that states have concurrent power with the United States to punish fraudulent voting for presidential electors, but both Georgia law and the reasoning of Loney aid the inquiry here of whether the crime of attempting or conspiring to file false documents in a federal district court is within a state court's jurisdiction. Okay, can we just cut to the chase? I love all this like precedent. I do. It's hot. It's super hot. Just a thought. The Supreme Court ended up protecting Bush more than Trump. Bush is still a wanted man in many countries. All Trump acts were not presidential acts, but Bush's was, including torture. The Supreme Court ended up protecting Bush. Yeah, you're right. I mean, so far, although his war crimes are probably equal. I don't know. I'm thinking of sterilization of women. Why did that story go away so fast? Why did the story of immigrant women during his administration being tricked into, basically being sterilized without their consent? Wasn't that a thing? Was that not true or something? I don't understand that. Does Smith have GJ going there? What's GJ? Dang it. GJ. I don't know what that is. Damn it. I hate it when I don't know. I don't get the joke right away. There, the defendant's indictment was for forgery was found to be a private wrong under Georgia's forgery statute. See, this is like, I don't need that. I don't need the explanation of why that case, whatever. The reasoning employed by the court in Loney also supports, wait, what's your conclusion? What? Well, where's the conclusion sentence? Where's that one? Where's that one? Okay, fine. Whatever. In reaching the holding, the court stressed that it's essential to the impartial and efficient administration of justice in the tribunals of the nation. The witnesses should be able to testify freely before them, unrestrained by legislation of the state or fear of punishment in the state courts. Applying the reasoning to the facts alleged in the indictment, filing of document in federal court is sufficiently analogous to providing testimony. Punishment for filing certain documents would enable a state to constrict the scope of materials assessed by a federal court and impair the administration of justice in that tribunal. At its core, Loney concerns the ability of a federal tribunal to police its own proceedings. Counts 14 and 15, as alleged here, interfere with the district court's ability to do just that by imposing a state sanction where a federal sanction is already in place. For these reasons, the undersigned believes that count 14 and 15 must be quashed beyond the jurisdiction of the state. I'll get to that. State charges thrown, cause of action is federal. Right. Thank you. Federal charges brought on grand jury. Does Smith have a grand jury? I don't know if there's a new grand jury impaneled. I don't think I've heard that. Does he have any in GA is my speculative question. Understood. Smith had grand jury going in D.C. to offer superseding judgment there. So how would that work? That's a good question. So would it be that he, in light of this decision, would his action then to be how to fold the things that McAfee is saying are federal? Is that what his... Haven't people already flipped? Yeah, but the thing is that since the SCOTUS decision, it has to be rethought. And then I guess they did do a motion to dismiss, and I don't know. I don't know where McAfee's coming from, but I mean, it makes sense. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, but it's kind of like, why are we just doing this now? Like, why wouldn't this have been done before? So here we go. This is the important part for those of us who love justice. Other counts. This reasoning does not extend to the similar allegations of counts 10, 11, 16, and 17. Counts 10 and 11 charge the defendants with forgery in the first degree and conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree under Georgia law. Both counts involve the making of a document titled Certificate of the Votes of the 2020 Electors from Georgia and delivering the document to the Archivist of the United States. Similarly, counts 16 and 17 charge the defendants with forgery in the first degree and conspiracy to commit forgery under Georgia law for the making and sending of a document titled Notice of Electoral College Vacancy to the Archivist of the United States and Office of the Governor of Georgia. False statements to the archivist, which are not under oath, do not fall under the federal perjury statutes in 18 U.S. Code and the narrow holding of Loney regarding the punishment of perjury in federal courts, but could fall under 18 U.S. Code 1001 and the slightly broader reading of Loney to include the exclusive power of the federal government to police federal court proceedings. But under the principal statute charged, Georgia thing, the alleged injury occurs whenever the false writing is uttered and delivered, regardless of the official status of the recipient. Finding state forgery charge for a promissory note to a national bank not preempted because the state crime was not a necessary component of the corresponding federal crime. Okay. Because nothing else indicates that the Georgia statute would be impliedly or expressly preempted by 18 U.S. Code 1001, these counts survive a Loney-based challenge. Overt acts. Finally, as noted in a prior order granting several special demurs, the quashal. I have not heard that one. The quashal. Oh, that's going to happen. We're going to make quashal happen. The quashal of these three counts does not affect the corresponding overt acts listed in count 1. Overt acts as alleged as part of a conspiracy are not held to the same pleading standards as statutorily based offenses. Instead, all that is required is a reference to the overt act alleged by the state. And even then, a defendant can be found guilty of conspiracy even after acquittal of any overt acts alleged to have been committed by that defendant, as long as at least one overt act is proven to have been committed by a co-conspirator. Defendants have not provided any authority subjecting overt acts to the standards of as-applied or facial constitutional challenges. The defendant's challenges of these overt acts is therefore denied. The ECA does not preempt any of the statutes invoked in the state's indictment. The indictment is also within the scope of the state authority under the appointment powers granted in Article 2, blah, 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 and the police powers reserved by the states in the 10th Amendment. Nor is the subject of this indictment so inseparably connected to the functioning of the national government that it is barred entirely by the Supremacy Clause. However, because 14, 15, and 27 lie beyond the state's jurisdiction and must be quashed, the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment under the Supremacy Clause are granted in part. Any other arguments based on the Supremacy Clause that are not specifically addressed in this order are denied. So there you go. The 12th of September. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hold on. I need to open my bookmark. Because I've got other bookmarks. I mean, we have bookmarks on bookmarks on bookmarks. Wait, where's my... Oh, bookmarks more. Okay. Do. That's that. Oh, this is the one I want. Oh, I want to read this first. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, no, that's... Oh, I want to read this. Can we read this? I'm sorry to jump around, but actually maybe this isn't really jumping around. This is a Reuters story on top secret. This is old. Okay, so this is from December of 2023. December of 2023. Go back in your Wayback Machine. Come with me back to the Wayback Machine. We're doing some media literacy here. Well, not really, but you know, you get it. Okay. You know what I mean. I got to drink some coffee. What am I doing? I'm not smoking any weed. I'm not drinking any coffee. Ah, delicious. I ran out of coffee. I had to get some beans. So while I got the beans, I kind of splurged and ordered myself a coffee and bobo. But there's a new thing coming out about RT today. Fuck yeah. Hey man, I want it all. I want it all. Bring it all. Bring it all on. Bring on the fact that Mike Flynn is trying to do some fucked up stuff behind the scenes. It is not the best coffee. You're wrong. You actually are wrong, Max. This is the best coffee. That's the best coffee. And particularly the ether. That's what I drink. Ether. Phil's. You can order it online, by the way. Phil's. PHILZ. I don't know what the whole website is, but the passing... Right. That passing the lips right now is the best coffee. Well, that's a good point. That's fine. Friday the 13th. Good luck day. Okay. Sorry. All right. Let me try and make this easier to read. Oh, that's going to be impossible. Oh, my God. I hate you all. I hate this. I hate everything about the web. I'm just kidding. I'll give you feedback. Get that fucking tab out of my way. Here's little guy. Here's little guy right here. Okay, this guy. All right. This is December 15th, 2023. Okay, you're right. Max, you know what? Actually, that was mean of me. I love Pete's Coffee. All right? I love Pete's Coffee. I remember when they started. I love Pete's. So I'm so sorry. I love you. I don't want to fight with you about coffee because I love you very much. Here we go. December 15th. A binder holding top secret intelligence that contributed to a U.S. assessment that Russia tried to help throw the 2016 U.S. election to Donald Trump has been missing since the last days of his presidency. Source familiar with the issue said. This is a Reuters story. This isn't Joe's website. Okay? The Russia intelligence was included with other documents in a binder that Trump directed the CIA to send to the White House just before he left office so he could declassify materials related to the FBI. Did they check his stools? Because he used to eat paper, remember? He ate something once. Do we remember that? the president ate a piece of paper once. What? God, he needs drunks and mental midgets in order to get any votes. He needs the idiots. God. Oh, the Russian intelligence was included with other documents. Oh, okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The Russian materials also included highly classified raw intelligence gathered by the U.S. and NATO allies, fueling fears that the methods used to collect the information could be compromised, the source added. Trump's presidential campaign did not immediately respond. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, in January 2017, released an assessment that found Russian President Vladimir Putin and his government conducted a campaign of disinformation and cyber attacks to, quote, help Trump's election chances by denigrating his Democratic foe, Hillary Clinton. Yeah, why didn't Wikipedia or whoever release the Republican emails? Just curious. So, fuck you. What's his name? Wikipedia boy. Russia denies interfering in the election. The disappearance of the binder ignited such deep concerns that the government last year offered to brief the Senate Intelligence Committee, which accepted, the source said. CNN, blah, blah, blah. Okay. In a federal court document filed in August by John Solomon, oh my God. Just the news. He's not a journalist. He's a conservative pundit. Okay. He's a conservative pundit. Yeah. Leaks, please, I guess. The binder was described as 10 inches thick. Trump appointed Solomon to be a representative authorized. That's right. Now it's all coming back. I can't even. You know what it is? His MO, his modus operandi is just crime a lot because people will forget. Yeah, a representative. John Solomon and Kash Patel. This is also the story of Kash Patel. Just to cut to the chase. Kash Patel was part of getting what documents he was going to take with him. John Solomon is he's basically like Alex Jones. He's like a baby Alex Jones. Just to give you that. He works with Emerald Robinson on Just the News, which is his show. He is a fucking operative, as we can see. Man, bad news. Bad people. God, there's bad people. God, there's bad people. Kind of, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, he is in a suit. You're right. Trump appointed Solomon to be a representative authorized to access records from the National Archives. What? 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 He's still there. Oh my God, John Solomon. Fuck, man, I'll find him right now. Rumble. I just want to pull him up so you can see what this bitch looks like. I think he's on Newsmax, actually. Just the News. Oh, that's 2 years ago. Here we go.
Is what we're up against. I actually think the Hunter Biden story.
This is John Solomon. This is John Solomon.
What we're seeing here, this at the very tiniest level of how it affects individuals.
Real America's Voice. That's it.
More of these people. Were others?
Was he in Politico? I didn't know that. Well, Politico isn't really like. Aren't they compromised? Aren't they owned by some asshole now? My favorite Australian coffee is Campos and JDE Pete's. Bought the U.S. distributor rights. Oh, wow. I'm going to have to try that. I'm going to try it. Yeah, John Solomon is still alive and kicking over on Real America's Voice. He's like a Bannon, I don't know if he's an offshoot of Bannon, but they're all buddies. In a federal court document filed in August by John Solomon, a conservative journalist, the binder was described as 10 inches thick. Trump appointed. Okay, I don't understand what federal court document by John Solomon. What document filed by John Solomon? That's a good, about prestige, not conformity with proper politics. I think John Solomon is actually a little more devilish, if you will. I think he is He's like a minion, you know? Wasn't he discredited after pushing the Biden-Ukraine hoax? I mean, as far as I've known him, and you guys might know him from before, but John Solomon has always been kind of like a fucker. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it, but I didn't really watch him before 2020, so I don't really know. The court document said that Mark Meadows, who served as Trump's last chief of staff, was involved. Oh, Mark Meadows. Mark. I'm so sorry, Mark. Was involved in handling the missing binder and developing with Solomon a strategy to release the materials that Trump planned to declassify. Meadows did not... Okay, right. Whatever. The source said the binder contained other information related to the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane. Whoop, whoop. But fuckers can have social respect and reputation. No. And he has lost it. Did he? I guess he did. I didn't know him as a credible journalist, I guess. That's what it was. Oh, see, yeah, I didn't really... I watch his Just the News, but I didn't watch him on the mainstream. Oh, yeah, totally. I would think that if you have a fall from grace and you tumble over, to the right wing, relegation, but he's probably making pretty good coin. I don't know. I wonder. Jim, I saw an interview with Nikki Haskell, and she saw Ivana in an open coffin and then went straight to the burial. Wow. Are we talking about the golf course / graveyard? The source said the binder contained other information related to the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation, including materials on the origins of the probe by Trump aides and botched FBI applications for wiretap warrants. They also include anti-Trump text messages between Strzok and Page. Much of that material is not considered sensitive. It was covered in a heavily redacted version of the binder that was declassified and posted in 5 parts on the FBI's website in 2022. Trump has repeatedly called the investigation a hoax. Okay, so that's interesting. So it's really the Crossfire Hurricane documents. I wonder what else is missing. See, that's what I wonder. I wonder what else is missing. That's all. All right. Let's see. I had other things. We did that. Oh, this is another one, a quick story. This is little Mikey Lindell. Mike Lindell's going to hell. Oh, wait, this is old. Oh, I just wanted to read that. Okay, that's fine. I can read that later. But let me find the one the thing you all wanted to hear. No, that's not true. But anyway, you will hear it. I don't know if we'll make it through the whole thing. This is what I wanted us to read. It's 44 pages, so we'll see. We'll see if we get through it. Countering authoritarian. This is the crew, citizens. Wait, what's it called? Damn it. I really try to remember all this, but then I don't. Yikes. Look at that teeny tiny print. Teeny tiny. Anyway, this is by Crew, which is it's like a advocacy legal organization, nonprofit in DC, and they were the ones who represented democracy, if you will, in Colorado, right, arguing to remove Trump from the ballot on behalf of clients that came to them. So they're kind of like a nonprofit legal entity that, has both lawyers that actually try cases, and then also they do advocacy and analysis and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. There's probably a better way to say that, but yeah. Let me see if I can make this bigger. A blueprint for a more resilient democracy. Okay, let's take a look at this. All right. Chapter 1, the search for January 6th accountability. Chapter 2, building a pro-democracy government. Chapter 3, presidential accountability and ending the imperial presidency. Chapter 4, preventing the manipulation of courts. Chapter 5, blocking the abuse of law enforcement and emergency powers. Chapter 6, preventing political corruption. Chapter 7, covering foreign authoritarian influence. Chapter 8, ensuring the right to vote and the peaceful transition of power. Boop, boop. It's still so tiny. It's still... Oh, that's better. Oh, that's much better. You know what I can do, too? I can move the kitty. The non-kitty cam. The kittyless cam. I can move that right there. Okay. And then maybe a couch. I don't know. All right, wait. I gotta take a break. I gotta take a minute. Just hold on. It's so... The weather is so nice here now. It's like so different. Everybody's so happy. You know, we're all like, you're out of the woods, you're out of the storm. Step into the light. Okay, I'm going to take a break before we really start this, but I do want to read this. I hope you can stick around for it. If you can't, I totally understand. But I am going to read this, so it's going to take me a minute. Maybe. No, I will. I want to. No, I want to. But first, weed. But first, there will be weed. Anybody doing anything fun this weekend? I don't know if I'm doing anything fun this weekend. I don't think so. You know, GP, I hoped that too. I think he's just the best hope that the Republicans have to avoid accountability. I seriously think he's like the best hope they have to avoid accountability is Trump. He's got this like hold on however many, 20%, 25% of the people. So I don't know. I hope he does too. I think he has to just go away in a more dramatic fashion because that's the way he is. Like he won't end without some kind of drama, I guess. If that makes sense. Lee, you all ready to go on your girls' trip? That's so great. I love that. I'm happy for you. That's cool. Yeah, I think he has to be, I think the only way Trump becomes less, viral is in a dramatic end. Yeah, his social media addiction will never end. As long as he's got some kind of audience, there's still the potential for him to expound. He's always going to have that base. They're not going to leave him. He's here to stay in some regards. I mean, it'll become smaller and fringier as the world grows, but it's still going to be there. And it could be replaced by another idiot. Unfortunately, he's created quite the blueprint, hasn't he? For how to retain power. Oh God, yeah. Lee, you should film and send it to Andy Cohen. Oh my God, I finished that mom talk thing about the Mormon moms that whatever. Jesus Christ. I mean, literally. People's lives are crazy. I mean, I don't think I guess those are their lives. I don't know. It's just nuts. But yeah. He's running around like a drunk. Yes, he's running around like a drunk frat boy. Exactly. And Laura Loomer is defines operative. Like no one should even take her the least bit seriously. The minute you give Laura Loomer attention, she wins. Period. And we're all guilty. She's easy, or she's not easy to ignore. That's for sure. Okay, I have to go to the little ladies' room, the little hostesses' room. but I'm going to put some music on for you. Maybe. Yep, here it is. There we go. I'll be right back. Laura Loomer. Laura Looney. Easy weekend. Next weekend is family golf outing with cousins. Guys who get drunk and do 18 holes. Wives pick them up and we hit a bar. Fun. That's fun though. That's fun. That's fun. When I went to Hawaii with my sisters once and we all played golf because my dad was a big golfer, so we all grew up like playing stupid golf. Hey Val, how are you, darling? That comment Loomer made about Kamala Harris and the smell of... Yes, it's disgraceful. And they're not going to stop, GP, and it's going to get worse, which is why I think people like Laura Loomer, particularly, the more we can do to ignore her, the less powerful she is. You know what I mean? Like, because she's just going to keep saying the things she says. That's how she does her shtick. That is her shtick. She gets paid well to do it. So she's just an employee. So, all right, I'm going to the ladies' room. I'll be RB. I promise. I'm not leaving forever. Beat. Bum, 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 bum. Papa was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. And when he died, all he left us was alone. All right. Evacuated. Bladder evacuated. Trump is going to be needing dementia care soon. I think he might be. But you know, like he's kind of, yeah, better vegetative. Yep, exactly. Less, although Dan Scavino, Loomer's trying to be the first lady. Can you imagine? I can, and I don't want to imagine that. Yeah, I think it would be better, and he will. But, you know, and the thing about it is think about the people who have tried to be Trump, right? I don't know, Lisa. That's a good question. I'm not sure if Pete... I would imagine they're not. I would imagine Pete is not operating in Russia due to the sanctions, but I could be wrong if they're avoiding or evading them. I doubt it, though. Fueling your car and then on the road. Lee, I hope you have just the safest travels and the funnest time. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear the stories of all the trouble you guys get into. But that's a good question. I don't know what I was talking about. I guess it didn't matter. No, I know what I was talking about. Yeah, Bon Voyage. The company that owns them, according to my husband, and very sad. I know, that would be sad. Oh, please do. Gosh, Lee, I look forward to it. Yeah, safe travels. But keep us in your ear, if you will. I don't think there have been many, or a few at least, who have tried to almost like be Trump kind of thing. You know, I look at people like Vivek Ramaswamy. I look at people like, Tim Scott. I think about people who have tried to take on that cloak of irreverent asshole, because I think the charm that, and this is just my opinion, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not an analyst. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I have a show. And if those analysts want to say it, then they can have a show. I'd patronize the coffee roaster, but they don't believe in French roast. What? What? Max, I wish we were friends in like real life, because I would send you some coffee so you could have something different too. A conspiracy of roasters. It is. It's the roast conspiracy. It smells good though. Now I want more coffee. I'm going to make a pot of coffee after this. I'm so excited. So I think these guys all try to Trumpy, out there, but there's what I've noticed, at least in the last few speeches, especially, is like, I think the key to Trump is that, and this is not unknown, so I'm just saying, it really struck me. Let me put it that way. It really struck me how the biggest applause that he gets and the most like engagement from his crowds are when he uses a swear word or kind of just is low class, right? Like if he just takes it down a few notches in terms of class, they love that. And it's like a oh my God, he gets me. I'm not wrong anymore. I'm like, that guy up there is really powerful billionaire. And he was the president. And everybody's lying, telling, because he's the outsider. They're bringing back up the Q stuff again, by the way. Yeah, Conald is going to do what cons do. That's so right, OPA. OPACA, OPACA. Yes, it does remain resentment. They had a whole story about French roast and the delicate Arabica beans, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I know, right? Bitch, no. I like that burnt taste. Okay, yeah, I like some body to my fucking coffee. Okay. So I don't think they have someone who can really evoke the same he sees me sentiment that Trump seems to do with really the worst of us, I'm sorry to say. Because among the worst of us, he's really, those moments are their favorite. And when he talks about keeping men out of women's sports and stuff like that, anything that has to do with LGBTQ seems to really get his later crowd, the crowds lately. Because I'm listening for when does he get the biggest applause? I'm just curious. It's just curious. I'm not doing anything with the information per se. I'm just curious about it. Weather for next week. Forecast in the 80s. Everyone is headed to their cottages for the weekend. Oh, gas station is busy in Michigan. Everyone goes to north. Oh, up north. Yes. I love that. I love that idea. It's really beautiful here. I gotta say, yesterday was absolutely gorgeous. It was crazy good. Hi, Badger. How are you, darling? I don't like the burnt taste mostly, but will acknowledge that the production method exists. True. How about the comments Loomer made about MTG? I had to look up what an RB is. That wasn't such a good one. They've been fighting for a long time. I don't know. Literally, if you go to my Twitter right now and you look at the pinned tweet where I talk to Ali Alexander, I bring up the fact that Laura Loomer is fighting with MTG. When was that? A year ago? They've been fighting for fucking ever. They don't like each other. It's a little bit of K-fab. But I also think those bitches don't actually like each other. I think they're campaigning for closest to the orange. Yeah, that's what I think. But yeah, so I'm not surprised to hear what Laura Loomer says about MTG. They really don't like each other, but it's also K-fab. So it's a distraction. And it works. It works. It works. To be fair, no one likes either of them. That's right, Carla. Fun fact. Not even their families like them. Loomer and MTG. Laura Looney. Laura Loomer. Loomer. Hey, Loomer. Hey, Boomer. Hey, Boomer Loomer. All right. I've got just a little bit left in this vape. I'm going to smoke it. And I'm reading this. Okay. Who? Oh, I get it. I get it. Sorry. I get it. A little slow. Okay. Let's get through as much of this as we can. This is the report from Crew, which is, I think it's Citizens Requiring Ethical Washington, or I don't know. We'll get to that. I don't really know. Democracy is the most compelling vision we have for self-government. So settle in, kids. A little bit of reading time. It can and should be a force for good in people's lives, with history showing that democracies are more peaceful, more prosperous, and more likely to protect the most vulnerable in their midst. Despite these benefits, global democracy has been in decline for almost 20 years, with authoritarian leaders or leaders with the authoritarian tendencies coming to power in every corner of the globe. And I remember that thing I brought up a while back about Madeleine Albright, and she did this interview. It was actually at Google of all things, but before she died, she did an interview at Google, and she said, you know, dictators are elected. They're very rarely placed. So she said it's especially dangerous. I think this was like 2015 or something. I can't remember. I'll have to find the clip. I have the clip on my somewhere. And she said, you know, this is, thank you. Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. Thank you so much. Gosh, I just struggle with that one all the time. Yeah, they're fighting over Trump. So what was I saying? Tim Walz is in Lansing, state capital, right in my path. Won't be sad to see lots of traffic. We're not going back. That's right. I do like Tim. Boy, they're really putting him through the messy machine. They're fighting over Groyper prom queen. Yes, exactly. Trump has a real problem with transphobia. That story about the Olympic boxer was debunked. Yes. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. All the stories that he keeps saying have really been debunked. And it's gross and disgusting that he would, first of all, that it doesn't matter. A trans woman is a woman. Period. So sports people, you're going to have to figure it out. Because trans women are women. So just like repeating the lie is the method. Hello. You're right. And he mentally can't remember a lot. Do you understand? He can't remember a lot. Yes, repeating is the method. Repeating. I forgot what I was talking about earlier, but it probably wasn't that important. Everything Trump says and does is on purpose. Yeah. Getting us to repeat the lie. And he does. Oh, that's really, I mean, and I am telling you right now, I feel like my corner of anything, my corner that I pay attention to, that is what I see. I see the little soundbite travels down the shit tunnel, right? So here it comes from like the Russians and also the think tanks. And then it gets fed into the Real America's Voice Network. And then Steve Bannon takes it, runs with it, and away we go. And then I hear Chud say them. I did anyway. I really have lost my desire to be part of anything. I feel very much like an island. I feel very much like I've always been the island out there that's not really involved. And I'm not part of any, well, that's not true. I mean, Gal Squad, but Russia won't let him stop. Yeah, well, I don't even know if it's Russia so much. I feel like it's more the oligarchy kind of technocrat. You know what I mean? I feel like there's a lot of people who it's in their best interest to have him win. I think that's what it is. Right now, he's alive. He's the skin bag they like. The base, that is. So they feel like they're going to get what they want. They can achieve what they want through him because he'll do whatever they want him to do as long as it sounds like it's something he wants. This is why the Project 2025, hear me out on this. And just hear me out on this. Institutes of Mass Destruction. Yes, girl. The Nerd Reich. I love that. I don't think Trump I think Trump is actually telling the truth when he says he didn't know anything about Project 2025. I think he actually is telling the truth. I can see a world where that document was created, written, by all the whatever shitheads. Okay? No, stay with me. Stay with me. I can see a world where the shitheads write the document. It definitely informs Agenda 47 and all that. So, but he doesn't know that. He doesn't connect. I'm saying he's mentally not able to connect the dots that what Agenda 47 is really Project 2025. And I think he got upset about the bad press that 2025 got. And so in his mind, his strategy was to say, and I actually believe you cannot tell me that anyone sat down with him and walked through what would be in Project 2025. You can't, I just don't believe it. I don't believe that they even involved him. I think they assumed that since he is so fucking lazy, that he would just take whatever they got. Oh, did he praise it? Because yesterday at his thing, he said, I don't even know what it is. I've never read it. And guess what? I'm not going to read it. No shit, Sherlock. It's a mugs game. Well, I'm just having fun on my show. Okay, I won't. But I'm telling you, that's what I think. Like Heritage just hands down their work. And yeah, it hands it in like homework. See, that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not saying that he doesn't know that that he wants to do shitty things. I think he got scared because there was a little bit of blowback, and he's very fragile in that regard. He wavers because he just wants to I'll just do whatever. You know what I mean? Like he'll go with the fucking flow. He doesn't care. But he doesn't like being made the fool, right? And if he has to stand up and stand for something that is getting bad press, I don't think he wants to do that. And so that's why he's misbehaving a little bit. That's my thing. He doesn't give a shit and has no control. Yeah, I don't think he does. I don't think he has control over a lot. I really don't. Yeah, the shittiest things sound good to him. He says he hasn't even read Project 2025. So how does he know he disagrees with it? Anybody ask him that? Did anybody ask him why he disagrees with Project 2025? No, I've never heard one journalist ask him, why are you disavowing that? I've never heard one journalist ask him that. How do we know what? There's video footage from years ago talking about Project 2025, though I agree he's unaware, just in terms of the formalization of it. How do we know that? That he hasn't read it? I've only read several hundred pages. Can't expect logical consistency, yeah. If he doesn't play along, they release Epstein videos. That is a really good point, Carlo. He is a tool. He's definitely their tool. But I don't know. I don't know that he hasn't been briefed on it. I just don't think he's that good an actor. I don't think he's that good an actor. And I don't think that it doesn't seem to me that the right is incredibly happy Well, I agree with that. Most of us haven't. Yes, I agree with that. But the question in particular is, why is he so vehemently distancing himself from it? That's my question. Yeah. So, I mean, he's running for president. So, yeah, I guess I would have expected him to read it. If he's going to deny it, I would have expected that. He's distancing himself from it because there was a little blowback. That's really what I'm seeing. And I could be wrong. Black Republicans for Trump organized a bus tour in Baltimore. Only 3 people showed up. A bit like Bush Jr. and Cheney. Yeah. Yeah. Self-preservation, or whatever the perceived self-preservation is. Yeah, I don't think he has read it, but he's also being asked, like his party has also embraced it, or is, trying to do that. Those 3 were paid. Yeah, probably. So I don't know, but this is my conjecture on what I'm, like based on what I'm seeing, I feel like he kind of knee-jerk panicked and rejected it, because I don't really see. I mean, has anyone heard his camp really come out and say, "Oh, Project 2025 is dumb"? See, that's the thing. No one's asked him, like, okay, so what in it is like so abhorrent to you? I think he just doesn't want to be told what to do. But I could be wrong. Anyway. In Baltimore, they detest him, I would imagine. Video of Trump heritage from Media Matters. Really, SB? Video of Trump regarding heritage from Media Matters. I'm going to look at that. The videos are hilarious, I bet. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is all conjecture. I don't know. But that's what I see. I see someone who will do anything for some kind of crowd validation. And if he senses that something's not helping him be what he perceives to be popular in everyone's eyes, I feel like he rejects that. But I don't know. This could be all part of the plan. No. I don't actually give people that much credit for plans, but I guess in a presidential race you would probably be more strategic, and like everything would be, like rehearsed and kind of thing. I don't know. All right, here we go. Let's jump headfirst into this. Democracy is the most compelling vision we have for self-government. It can and should be a force for good in people's lives, with history showing that democracies are more peaceful, more prosperous, and more likely to protect the most vulnerable in their midst. Despite these benefits, global democracy has been in decline for almost 20 years, with authoritarian leaders or leaders with authoritarian tendencies coming to power in every corner of the globe. That's kind of tiny. It won't get any bigger. Oops. Oh, okay. Actually, it will. It will. Oh, man. Money, money, money. Money, money, money. It's so funny. Give me one for my baby, one more for the road. I want to move. Oops, nope. I don't want to move that. See, I want to move. Hold on. I'm gonna fix it. That's kind of annoying. Well, that buzzing was annoying. Hold on. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. That's a left. Okay. Great. All right. That's better. That's better. Hi. Hi. Wait. Not better. Oh, it's my fault. My fault. There we go. Wow, that just took a long time. Okay, here we go. Make sure you have a coffee or water or juice and weed or not weed. It's up to you. Or vodka. I don't care. As long as you're not driving anywhere. I don't care. The United States is not immune from this global phenomenon, although Donald Trump's refusal to concede after an election that he knew he lost and his incitement of a violent insurrection to disrupt the transfer of presidential power epitomized this decline and crystallized our country's existential democratic crisis. Maybe reading is not a good idea. American democratic decline did not begin in 2020. The preconditions that allowed the attack on the U.S. Capitol to happen have been simmering for years. This report, Countering Authoritarianism, a blueprint for a more resilient democracy, presents a comprehensive vision of the prophylactic measures we need to take today to ensure we do not slip into authoritarianism. Each chapter outlines legislation, executive actions, reforms for the judiciary, and more that would tackle corruption, protect peaceful transitions of power, prevent foreign influence on our government, and much more in order to protect against the further erosion of democratic norms and build an open, accessible, and stable democracy. In presenting these recommendations, we draw on expert findings for the conditions for democratic deterioration are rooted in profound public distrust in government, exacerbated by protracted political crises, including the 2008-2009 financial crisis, long-term wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the COVID-19 pandemic, the proliferation of misinformation and disinformation on social media platforms, and numerous unjustified police killings. The increasing prominence, is there a justified police killing? Okay, never mind. The increasing prominence of money in politics worsens the crisis, as does the increasing prominence of state and federal leaders being charged, both criminally and in the public square, with political corruption on a regular basis. Bad actors have seized on this distrust. Candidates across the country have refused to commit to accepting legitimate electoral defeat, claiming, without evidence, that electoral results are inherently suspect and cannot be trusted. Let me see. The video they pulled in right next to Morgan State University. It's on YouTube. Okay, good. WBAL. Okay. Feel as though our distrust of government is honestly earned. It is. I think they're talking about a different level, don't you? Don't you think they're talking about the more extreme without foundation? I mean, there's concerns with foundation, there's concerns without foundation that come from ignorance of how things work. I don't know. I mean, I think that, yeah, distrust of government is definitely acceptable. I think there are limits, especially when it's not based on what is true. Invoked by officials. These conspiracy theories and election denialism have been invoked. The enumerated foundations, have been invoked by officials tasked with overseeing and certifying local, state, and federal elections. Others have baselessly argued that criminal prosecutions of elected officials are politically motivated, even when there is overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Meanwhile, extremist groups armed with weapons and distrustful of government have edged towards the political mainstream. These groups, many of whom organized January 6th and include in their ranks former military members, have emerged the most persistent and lethal threat to America. With their rise, political violence has become more common, exemplified by plots to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer and assassinate former President Trump. At the same time that public trust in government has declined, American states have taken strikingly divergent paths in their commitment to democratic processes, exacerbating growing political polarization in our country. Many states have made it harder for voters, and particularly voters of color, to register to vote and access the voting booth through tactics such as eliminating polling locations, exorbitant polling place wait times, and implementing restrictive voter identification laws. This attack on democratic processes is occurring at the same time that faith in the courts, the branch charged with adjudicating the constitutionality of these measures, is close to an all-time low, thanks both to repeated ethical scandals and the overt politicization of judicial nominations. This confluence of factors led several reputable indices, including the Economist Democracy Index, to conclude that American democracy is in decline. Beginning in 2016, the Democracy Index started excluding the United States from its rankings of the world's full democracies, such as Canada, the United Kingdom, and Germany. but instead including on its list of flawed democracies, putting it in the company of countries like Greece, Israel, Poland, and Brazil. Yeah, I am reading a Citizens for Responsible Ethics in Washington. They did a report that they just released on democracy and avoiding authoritarianism, kind of the decline of democracy. Let me, I'll put the title of it. Countering authoritarianism. Okay, so this is, hold on, let me go over here. Because it's a great question. It's a fantastic question, dear. It's just great. Let me see. Where's this one? Okay. Beep. Bop. Okay, so this is Citizens for Ethics for Responsible. Oops. On I spelled that right. I think I spelled that right. I'm not really sure. That's what I think. That's what I think. Oh, okay. Actually, that's not very good. I need to be dark. Oops, that's not good. Oh, God, it's such a long title. Yikes. Okay, well, let me change that. Sorry. I'm sorry. They have too long a name. When I'm 64. All right. This is better. I guess I'll put it here. Whoops, no I won't. I'm going to put it there, even though it's terrible. But I think it's the best I can do. I got to figure out how to lay out my screen. I'm not very good at that. I think there's ways to do that. So, but thank you. Crew report on, I'm giving like 35% too. I'm headed to work. Bye. Yeah, give 35%. This is a 35% today. We're not giving 80% like our normal. No. And 100, forget it. Nobody deserves that. Just give 35. I think that's great. It's a Friday. Come on. You go, Carla. You go on that 35%, girl. It's the best 35% they're going to get. Many states. Okay, so this attack. Okay. Oh, that's right. I read it. I read all that. But hope is not lost. They'll be lucky. Yeah, exactly. But hope is not lost. Since 2020, there have been promising signs for American democracy. Not only did the 2022 elections occur without incident and resulted in many election deniers losing their races, but federal, state, and local law enforcement have worked tirelessly to investigate and, where appropriate, charge those who participated in efforts to undermine the 2020 election and storm the Capitol. These prosecutions are crucial, but alone, they are woefully insufficient. Well, we also need the planners to be arrested, but okay. We need transformative legislation. In 2020 and 2022, Congress squandered the opportunity to pass comprehensive democracy reform legislation like the Protecting Our Democracy Act and Freedom to Vote Act, legislation which is needed to start reversing America's democratic decline. 4 years later, without significant, meaningful action from Congress, the threat has grown. We still desperately need comprehensive democracy reform, but we also need to take immediate steps to prevent the rise of authoritarianism here at home. The reforms we propose in this report are crucial first steps to protecting our democracy. We have grouped them into 8 chapters, with each chapter addressing a different crisis in our democracy. Oh, good. Well, we could probably choose which one we want to read first. We begin in Chapter 1 with the search for January 6 accountability. The insurrection was the culmination of an attempted coup d'etat broadcast for the entire world to see. Accountability, including both civil remedies and criminal prosecution, for those who participated, led, and incited the attack on the U.S. Capitol and attempted to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election, is not only necessary, but is an essential first step before our country can begin to confront the authoritarian threat, which is why it begins this report. The second chapter, we discuss building a pro-democracy government. Rather than playing defense and reforming all of the weaknesses exposed over the past several years, this chapter suggests proactive measures we can take to cement democracy, including ways to strengthen the civil service, protect NGOs, nonprofits, and allow pro-democracy leaders and movements to innovate and learn from one another. In the third chapter, we move on to presidential accountability and ending the imperial presidency. Although originally designed by our founders to be weaker than the legislative branch of government, the presidency has grown more powerful and less accountable than ever. Structural reforms are urgently needed to ensure that a nefarious leader cannot avoid accountability for criminal misdeeds and sideline the checks and balances built into our system. The fourth chapter, Preventing the Manipulation of Courts, explores how courts can be manipulated to serve anti-democratic purposes and outlines reforms to prevent that from happening, including preventing judge and forum manipulation, injecting more transparency into the judicial process, including through the elimination of the shadow docket, and protecting the safety and security of judicial personnel. This chapter draws on the experiences of other countries, including Hungary, Poland, Venezuela, Turkey, and others, where the courts have become agents of authoritarianism rather than bulwarks against it. It's interesting they did the old spelling of Turkey. This MAGAs have gone from Haitians eating count. Oh no. I'm going to tell you, I shared it last night. I watched Yamiche Alcindor's piece on Springfield. And I really encourage, maybe we should watch it. Because it's what's happening in Ohio, what's happening for immigrant populations is absolutely disgusting. And we have to be really, I really hope, I don't want to oversimplify things, but I really believe in my heart that if people like, not Lindsey Graham, but, I don't know, whoever, everyone, all of them, JD Vance won't, but you know what I mean? Like, you're going to get people killed. You're going to get people killed. Members of the Haitian community in Springfield were speaking with Yamiche Alcindor on a Today Show piece, it was. And they are so frightened of random violence directed at them just because they're Haitian. Can you fucking imagine? For those of you who live in like MAGA towns, what it would feel like to all of a sudden have people in public, whatever. It makes my stomach turn. People are going to get hurt. And I don't know when people decide that clinging to power with the chance that innocent people could get hurt and after everything that Haitian immigrants have been through. I've been in Haiti. The life there is both beautiful and terrible. Port-au-Prince is unsafe, and now even more so than when I was there. I was there in I think 2015, 2014, maybe 2013, right after the earthquake. I guess it is a pinnacle attribute of power. I don't know. Haiti is has been so abused. The Haitian people have been so abused by so many that it particularly galls me to have Haitian immigrants subjected to this incredible fear. I mean, I just can't tell you. I spent time in Port-au-Prince a little bit, mostly out in the country, outside of Jacmel, in the hills, in villages. So that's where I spent most of my time. But I'm telling you, and I was working with families. It was an agency on anti-slavery, and we were working on Restivec, which is child domestic servitude or child slavery in Haiti, which is a very, very big problem in Haiti. And so we've been working with communities through my organization to local communities to build up organizations within those communities to help the people and get their kids back and stop the cycle of Restivec. So, I know a little tiny bit about Haiti, not a lot, but I'm telling you right now, the conditions that people in Haiti, both in the cities and in the villages, have to live in is mind-boggling. I don't know of anyone that any American would find that easy. Never will be forgiven for their exemplary and mostly erased overthrow of colonizer. I'm sorry, causing people... Heard Ohio AG interviewed on right-wing shitbag radio. Causing people to die is among pinnacle attributes of power. Never will be forgiven for their exemplary and mostly erased overthrow of colonizer. No, yes. 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 I don't know. This particularly hit me yesterday when I was watching Alcindor's piece on it, because it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I just think that country in particular, I mean, obviously, sorry, that wasn't my experience in that country taught me that the level of pain, desperation, and suffering that people can endure is mesmerizing, because it is a very difficult place to live. Now, even more so, I think it'd probably be close to impossible. And that's just not right. We should be lifting up that country's rice exports. Like, we should be doing more. More so than West Africa. Yeah, because when I was in Liberia, the government was relatively stable. And, of course, they didn't deal with except for Ebola, they didn't have a weather or earthquake or disaster in that way. So the infrastructure in Liberia was slightly more in place, I guess. In Haiti, when I was there was very little structure. Well, as there's even less structure now. But when I was there was someone in power, but it was very tenuous. And the earthquake had recently, and then they got the hurricane, and it was, they were still reeling from those events. But people, of course, as people do, resilient people manage to live their lives with, whatever degree of normality they can muster. I saw people living their lives as much as they could. So, I mean, the resilience is incredible. But to come from what I know Haiti to have been and how it felt to be there, and the tension that people had to deal with, and just navigating anything, I can't imagine then coming to what you hope will be a better start, a more stable place, only to find that the pitchforks are coming out and they're going to, you know what I mean? Like, that to me is just like, God damn it. And, Haitians have also dealt with gangs and other things. So they've had vigilante, clandestine violence against them. And I'm not saying other countries haven't. I'm just saying in particular, this struck me because of, seeing what Haiti had been dealing with in the past. So it just really hurt me because folks like that they've already been through so fucking much and so much loss and so much trauma that this particularly makes me more, well, I don't know. It all makes me mad, but I can't understand why journalists aren't running up to politicians and asking if they aren't more worried their words are going to hurt people. I agree with that. Haiti can come back. Someone discovered an estimated $20 billion worth of gold. Really? And the second largest iridium deposit in Haiti? Interesting. Had neighbor ask about the pets reminded her of the rat stories in the late 80s, early 90s. She laughed and remembered those weird tales. That's right. This is out of the playbook. Listen, the playbook's out, and we've got less than 55 days or something. They are going to go nuts a bag. I can't wait to see what today brings, that kind of thing. So it's just going to be one thing after another. At one time, Haiti was the number one tourist destination in the Caribbean. And my understanding is that they were a huge rice exporter. And then that was kiboshed by the United States, subsidizing their something else. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's been a lot of circumstances. See, to me, Haiti represents just such a, it's so beautiful. And it's, I don't know. I just want people to be safe and happy. I just want them to be safe and happy. Safe. I guess happy. You can't really make people be happy. Make someone happy. Just make some person happy. Ooh. So yeah, we probably sent a bunch of evangelical. Yes, we did. Hey, listen. I'm not colonizers. Colonizers need to go. And we are colonizers. I get that. I understand the dynamics of that. Yeah, I think self-determination is a great thing. I hope Haiti and all the countries that are like suffering like that, I really hope globally we get our shit together one of these days. I don't know. All right. Let's just read this summary so far. The 5th chapter, Blocking the Abuse of Law Enforcement and Emergency Powers, suggests reforms to ensure that law enforcement is not a source of extremism. On January 6th, we saw just how lethal the threat is to our democracy. You are nice. Indigenous. I love that. That's beautiful. Let's see. And I am a guest on stolen land of the Chumash peoples. So, acknowledging the land. The enforcement. This chapter outlines ways to root out extremism within law enforcement, reform emergency powers like the Insurrection Act and National Emergencies Act, and create accountability systems so police cannot hide behind the mask of qualified immunity when they misuse their position of power. In the 6th and 7th chapters, we focus on money and politics. Yes! Looking first at preventing political corruption and then at countering foreign authoritarian influence. The Supreme Court's disastrous decision in Citizens United v. FEC opened up our system to untraceable, unlimited, and anonymous money. We pay the costs of this decision every day. The reforms in these chapters are tailored to address the rise in political corruption and the increasing efforts by foreign governments to hide behind Citizens United as they attempt to influence, and in some cases manipulate, our democracy. In the final chapter, Chapter 8, Ensuring the Right to Vote and the Peaceful Transition of Power, we end our report by focusing on the crux of democracy, the right to vote. In this chapter, we prioritize the need for transformative voting rights legislation and ensured that all qualified voters can access the ballot box without fear or intimidation, recognizing that the right to vote isn't worth anything if votes aren't fairly counted and certified. The chapter proposes reforms to ensure that elections officials can perform their jobs and that our democratic institutions champion a peaceful transition of power. Democracy requires constant care. The reforms we propose are simultaneously ambitious while only scratching the surface of the work we need to do to repair our democracy, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Wah, 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 wah. let's see where we go here. I want to see what this says. The J6 attack was not spontaneous. It was the culmination of a multi-part scheme by sitting president and his allies to use conspiracy theories, fraud, intimidation, coercion, and ultimately violence to stay in power. Oh, good. I want to see what they catch on to here. Many Americans continue to believe the lies that led to the deadly assault on our democracy today. If experience is any indication, the worst may be yet to come. You're the colonizer and the colonized. There you go. As the House Select Committee to investigate J6 attack on U.S. Capitol reminded us, a previously failed attempt to overthrow a democratically elected government can serve as a precedent for a future attempt, especially if the insurrectionists are allowed to reflect on their weaknesses to help ensure their success next time. Like hair. The only way to interrupt that cycle and protect democracy is through accountability. Accountability has the dual ability to punish past conduct as well as deter future bad actors from charting the same violent course. Accountability for J6 must take several different forms, including congressional reforms. Bye, Carla. Have a good time at work, and you make sure you're not doing too much. Okay? Do just enough. Maybe not even that. Maybe drop a couple balls. I don't know. See what happens. Okay. Don't do bad. I don't want to get you fired. Accountability for J6 must take several different forms, including congressional investigations to identify democratic weaknesses and prevent systemic problems from repeating, like we saw with the House Select Committee, criminal prosecutions where warranted and professional consequences, including disbarment and the revocation of security clearances. Hello? We haven't done that? We've already seen criminal prosecutions commence with indictments in Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona against the fake electors who signed false electoral certificates claiming that Donald Trump won the 2020 presidential election, as well as the 1,265 prosecutions and counting of J6 participants. I could break something. There you go. See, be like other people. Just break something. Accountability must include civil remedies, including enforcing the 14th Amendment's disqualification clause, which precludes those who have previously sworn an oath to support the Constitution and then engaged in an insurrection from holding office. Following the Supreme Court's decision in Trump v. Anderson, congressional action is particularly important because without it, there is no way to enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment against federal office holders, including presidents. Despite the Supreme Court's finding that the states could not enforce Section 3 against federal officials without congressional legislation, every court that considered whether the January 6th attack on the Capitol was an insurrection found that it was. And every decision maker that considered whether Donald Trump engaged in an insurrection by inciting the attack found that he did. Those findings remain undisturbed by the Supreme Court and remain a mandate for legislative reform to prevent another insurrection from ever happening again. Well, you better talk to Scott McAfee down in Georgia. Womp womp. Accountability also requires dismantling outside extremist groups who, according to the U.S. intelligence community, present the most persistent and lethal threats to the American people. Currently, over 1,265 defendants have been charged in nearly all 50 states and the District of Columbia for their roles on January 6, and many of these defendants boast affiliations with violent extremist groups like the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and Three Percenters. They have been brazen in their violence and even received the tacit blessing from the very government leaders who are entrusted with protecting the public's safety, including the former president who instructed them to stand back and stand by. Moreover, should he be reelected, Trump has promised to pardon the J6 defendants, pardons that could clear them of criminal liability but would thankfully have no effect on the 14th Amendment's disqualification provisions. Policymakers must confront this threat of violent extremism before history repeats itself. Okay, so there are recommendations for this. Enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Prohibits anyone who swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution then engaged from holding office. Okay, so that, I don't need to read all of it. That Scott McAfee judge is infuriating. Well, I think he made obviously he followed the law, so he made the decision he had to make. But it does cause me to question how the case was brought. And not that anyone would have anticipated the issues that he raised, but I don't know, maybe they would. I'm not sure if the timing of things, of whether it was dependent on the Supreme Court decision or, you know what I mean? Like, perhaps that's what changed things. But he chose to allow certain factors in the case in Georgia. Yeah, we just read it, actually, Art Music. We read it earlier. So if you scroll back, if you want to hear it, you can we scroll back to that. It's very interesting and, disappointing, but I want this to be done the right way. And if I were the defendant, I would want every opportunity to fight. Yeah, you got it, girl. I would want every opportunity to fight those claims, right? So I don't begrudge anyone their defense. The Supreme Court held that Congress must create a statutory mechanism before Section 3 can be enforced. This is good. This is really good stuff against federal office holders and candidates. Accordingly, Congress should take the Supreme Court at its word and pass legislation creating a mechanism to enforce Section 3 against federal office holders and candidates, including senators, members of Congress, and the president and vice president. Oh, I know. She will suffer for this. Yeah, I don't, of course, I don't want, she's already been through a lot. The military should enforce Section 3 against its members who engage in insurrection. By its plain terms, Section 3 prohibits anyone who engaged from holding any office, civil or military, if they have previously sworn an oath to the Constitution. Case law from Reconstruction area disqualifications makes clear that the Section 3 applies to those who take a military oath of office. So you're telling me that there are people in the military still active duty? Wait, that's not possible. I don't get it. Okay, well, anyway, I clearly don't get it. The military should enforce Section 3 against its officers in appropriate process under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, purge from its ranks any and all who betrayed their oaths to the Constitution by engaging in insurrection against it. Ew. States should pass, I guess if you weren't found, wait, so if you attended it? I don't get it. Okay, never mind. I'm sure it's a me thing. States should pass legislation prohibiting insurrections from serving office and being employed by the state. Although Section 3 is a crucial tool for protecting our democracy, it is not without its limits. One key constraint is that the clause only applies to individuals who previously swore an oath to the Constitution. So not all people who engage in insurrection are disqualified from office. For instance, in January and May 2023, 4 members of the right-wing militia group the Proud Boys and 8 members of the right-wing militia group the Oath Keepers were found guilty of seditious conspiracy and other charges related to the January 6 attack. Since they had never sworn an oath to the Constitution, they are not barred from holding office under Section 3, despite their convictions. States should step in... Oh, man, sorry. I have a little bit of a speech thing. States should step in and fill this gap by passing legislation that makes clear that anyone who engages in insurrection or rebellion is permanently ineligible to serve in state government, regardless of whether they had ever sworn an oath to the Constitution. Additionally, states should pass laws making anyone convicted of rebellion, insurrection, seditious conspiracy, or a felony in relation to any such act permanently ineligible to be employed by a state or any of its political subdivisions, including as a member of law enforcement. Congress should pass legislation prohibiting insurrectionists from serving in office and being employed by the government. So that's employed. States must enforce their anti-militia laws to combat domestic violence, violent extremism. Private militia and anti-government groups have increasingly aligned themselves with violent and militant figures on the far right. In recent years, they've become more prominent and their ideologies more widely accepted, with 1 in 4 Americans thinking that violence against the government can be justified. Fueled by violent conspiracy theories about perceived tyranny of the government, these groups could be utilized for nefarious purposes by a future president with authoritarian leanings, similar to how they organized to support Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Thankfully, private militias are already unlawful in all 50 states. States should rigorously enforce those laws and should adopt model comprehensive legislation that prohibits private militia groups that threaten democratic processes, including by creating civil enforcement mechanisms for state officials and victims of vigilante actions to seek damages and injunctive relief, like California, I guess. Resources. Oh, cool. Wow, this is a good document. This document is linked in the description of the video. So if you go down below everything, in the description, there's a link to this document. Sorry, I should have said that first. Proud Boys has a British GoFundMe that has raised over $1 million. What? Yikes. Crazy. Thank you, Art Music. And so they have some example legislation. Oh, they're doing everything. Building a pro-democracy government. Let's just see what this is. Authoritarians have been disturbingly innovative. From Venezuela to Hungary to Russia, they have reached across geopolitical boundaries to create an authoritarian playbook where would-be dictators have cemented their power by learning from one another. Oh, I love Crew. I really do. Hi, Scott. How are you, darling? Would-be dictators have cemented their power by learning from one another and using shockingly similar tactics, spreading disinformation, exploiting racial, religious, and ethnic hatred, weaponizing fear, and stoking political violence. Rather than coming to power through military coup d'etat, these authoritarians have incrementally and methodically chipped away at democracy's institutional, legal, and political constraints designed to prevent their rise in the first place. One only needs to compare the J6 attack on the Capitol, incited by former President Trump, to the J8 2023 attack on Parliament in Brazil by former President Bolsonaro. I don't know how to say his first name. Is it Jair? Bolsonaro, to see that authoritarians are learning from each other and innovating to ensure their success. In April 2023, the Heritage Foundation released a detailed report outlining how this death by 1,000 cuts might happen here in the United States. A centerpiece of their report, called Project 2025, includes a massive restructuring of the civil service, replacing tens of thousands of nonpartisan experts with loyalists and sycophants. These loyalists would be committed to carrying out audacious plans designed to implement an authoritarian agenda where a future president is constrained neither by the law nor by separation of powers. The only way to counter this authoritarian playbook is to innovate and create the democracy playbook. The policy recommendations in this report are crucial, but more needs to be done. Okay, great. Protect the federal civil service. At the end of Trump's term, his administration tried to upend the modern civil service by creating a new hiring classification, Schedule F, which would have allowed his administration to replace tens of thousands of experts with loyalists, regardless of their expertise or lack thereof. Although President Biden rescinded Trump's executive order, Schedule F has now been embraced by the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 as conservative orthodoxy. The goal of Schedule F is to implement radical policies by leaning into the adage that personnel is policy and ensuring that every person hired swears an unflinching fidelity to the president and his ideology. In April 2024, the OPM, Office of Personnel Management, finalized a new rule designed to strengthen protections for the civil service. Rules, however, can be undone by a subsequent administration. To truly protect the civil service, Congress must pass the Saving the Civil Service Act, which would prohibit a future president from resurrecting Schedule F through executive action. Protect the rights of nonprofits, NGOs to operate. Autonomy from the government is a key feature of civil society's success and vibrancy in the United States. Globally, laws have been used to stifle civil society, prohibit protests, and clamp down on dissent. And in the United States, there are nascent efforts to do the same, including allegations that the IRS investigated disfavored organizations' tax-exempt status and calls for Congress to pass a law under the guise of counterterrorism to empower the executive branch to unilaterally withdraw an organization's tax-exempt status if they provide material support to terrorism without adequately defining those terms or providing any due process guarantees. At the federal level, passing legislation like the Saving the Civil Service Act is crucial to ensure that the IRS is not stacked with loyalists willing to misuse their authority to attack disfavored groups and is instead staffed by experts committed to democracy and the rule of law. State government should also play an active role in protecting civil space by repealing laws like those in Florida, Arkansas, and Oklahoma that limit the rights to protest and boycott and ensure that their defamation laws are not opened up and misused to silence critics. Create a White House Office of Democracy. Promoting democracy is a full-time job, and it requires staff. They should create a high-level Office of Democracy with direct access to the president, whose mission is to identify and proactively address key challenges to our democracy, including issues related to voting rights, corruption, election-related disinformation, and the influence of dark money. Modeled on the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, this office would not only coordinate between various government agencies that work on democracy issues to ensure cross-pollination and coordination, but would also have full-time staffers dedicated to reaching out to state governments and nonprofits to learn from their experience. These outreach staffers will harness the creativity percolating among local governments and nonprofit orgs and bring those ideas to the federal level. State governments should also consider creating offices of democracy within their executive branches to help grow and fortify democracy in each of the 50 states as well. and ensure that the local democracy fortifying measures get noticed, implemented, and spread. Reduce political polarization by breaking out of silos. Oh, slippery, seedy silos? What? Its prevalence has left the people in America with the incorrect impression that they can never agree with members of the other political party. Would-be authoritarians have in turn inflamed polarization to advance their own political ambitions. To fight polarization, we must build pro-democracy coalitions across lines of difference. Several civic models premised off of what psychologists call contact theory have worked in other countries to reduce polarization. Oh, interesting. And could be modeled here. Oh, in Ireland, citizens' assemblies, where a cross-section of citizens come together to discuss challenging social or political issues, are credited with finding common ground and furthering Ireland's approach to climate change. In other countries, community and national service programs have fostered national unity and a greater sense of purpose by having young adult citizens participate in 1 year of paid service models. Models like Teach for America. Don't even talk to me about Teach for America. AmeriCorps and President Biden's Climate Corps, modeled after FDR's Civilian Conservative Corps, have been introduced in the United States and have been successful at breaking down silos and polarization. To implement this approach, Congress should pass legislation like Rep. Joe Negus's Civic Corps Act or Senator Todd Young and Senator Jack Reed's Unity Through Service. I agree. I love service programs. Build global democratic solidarity. The Biden administration summits for democracy attempted to build global democratic solidarity to push back against authoritarianism, corruption, and human rights abuses. Unfortunately, the summits failed to deliver for several reasons, including the lack of civil society input and the failure to create sustainable channels of communication and coordination among global democracy advocates. Any future summit must incorporate lessons from civil society. Moreover, the White House must realign its foreign policy levers to create sustainable channels of communication and coordination amongst global democratic leaders. Much of this work can be championed by the State Department's Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, the State Department's Bureau of Education and Cultural Affairs International Visitor Leadership Program, and USAID's Bureau for Democracy, Human Rights, and Governance. So there. That's interesting. I think it's a really interesting idea. I mean, I guess I'm willing to try almost everything. I know. Well, I kind of rush through some multisyllabic words because either my speech will not say them right or my head will mix them up. So thank you for that. All right. So this is presidential accountability and ending the imperial presidency. In recent years, the executive branch has grown more powerful and less accountable, laying the groundwork for a would-be authoritarian to abuse the power of the office. Historically, executive power has been constrained by unwritten norms of conduct premised on the idea that the president would exercise restraint and avoid abusing their immense powers. If norms were to fail, as they did, the assumption was that formal measures of accountability, chief among them oversight, impeachment, and criminal investigation and prosecution, could fill in. However, this assumption had never seriously been tested. And now that it is being tested, it is failing spectacularly, making clear the urgent need to rethink and refortify our accountability regime. I think that's a really good point. I think the norms that, I think in very simplistic terms, and I apologize, I think the Democrats act on norms and the Republicans have learned that that doesn't serve them. And what does serve them is to break norms. You see what I'm saying? So it's interesting with that particular challenge, what it means. This is a very interesting part, actually. Part of the reason these assumptions have failed is that political extremists are now increasingly relying on a radical interpretation of the unitary executive theory that rejects all forms of accountability from the other two branches of government, a theory that the Supreme Court has now embraced. This was exemplified by Donald Trump's term in office. His administration routinely ignored congressional subpoenas. It refused to provide documents to investigators and repeatedly prevented high-level officials from testifying at hearings. It even managed to stymie and undermine the congressional impeachment power, and it faced little to no accountability for these violations. Criminal accountability for presidential misconduct hasn't fared much better. During his tenure, Trump repeatedly interfered with special counsel Robert Mueller's investigation into the foreign efforts to influence the 2016 election, a pattern of conduct that amounted to obstruction of justice. Yet the Department of Justice refused to charge him, relying on an internal memo which asserts that a sitting president cannot be criminally indicted. Can I just say one thing and interrupt this? Because yesterday, in the last few speeches, you know how Trump has said, I'll end the war when I'm president-elect. Like, I'll do this. I'll call so-and-so. I'll call so-and-so. Like, what are the teeth behind? Is it the Logan Act that he's breaking? Is that the law that he's breaking when he says stuff like that? Because I think it is. So when are we going to actually, like, catch him on the Logan Act? I don't get it. Hi, Tom. How you doing? Oh, babe. You got the flu and COVID vaccines last week. Girl. How was it? How was the COVID vaccine? Can you put pennies on your forehead now? Surprisingly, no one in the media have been talking about how Biden-Harris broke OPEC from their drilling. I don't know enough about that easily. I need to understand. My wife says I play Army golf. Left, right, left. She's like, wow, that's great. Communications violate the act, requires DOJ. Oh, I see. Got you. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Expressing an intention. Oh, okay. Sorry. You're right. Okay. Got you. Yeah. Mens rea. Mens rea. It's so weird. Just had a headache. That's great. Because Bobo and I are getting ours next week. Get your new COVID vaccine is out. Get your booster. Get your boost. I don't want to get this new. You got Novavax for the last time with zero effects. Cool. I'm going to see what they have. I think CVS just has the Moderna and Pfizer. I don't think they have the other ones. But I could be wrong. Okay. Criminal accountability. Oh, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Since leaving office, Trump has been convicted of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records related to his hush money payments and indicted on 3 other separate occasions, including for his attempts to undermine the 2020 elections. SB, Tom, best choice you made. I got COVID on Monday and I'm still positive for it today. Whatever this strain is, it's nothing like I know. That's what I heard. That's what I heard, SB. Sorry. I heard that. I heard that is, yeah. What do you mean we did that with Israel? What's that mean? Now I lost track of what we were talking about easily because I was easily distracted. Get it? I'm so sorry, SB. Thank you for the heads up. I really think I've heard bad things about this strain of COVID. I think it's smart to get your booster because what you want to avoid, kids, chuds, is long COVID, damage to your lungs. I watched my sister die as she had a mystery lung illness for over a year. No one could figure out. The Mayo Clinic couldn't figure out what caused it. And I watched as she gasped for air before she died. If she didn't have her oxygen tank, there was one time I was with her and the power went out. And the oxygen tanks, if you know, they rely on power. And so for about an hour, she didn't have her oxygen and I saw her gasping for air. And I'm going to tell you right now, I will never forget that. Ever. So I am passionate about doing what you need to protect your lungs. Because I can't imagine the fear of trying to reach for a breath of air. And I can't. Watching someone do that is absolutely It will break you. It will break you. So, get your COVID booster. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Yet, the Department of Justice refused to charge. Oh, wait, we read that already. Unsurprisingly, these prosecutions have been decried as election interference by loyalists both inside and outside of the government. Frighteningly, the Supreme Court's decision in Trump v. U.S. said that a former president has absolute immunity for official acts, even if those acts violate generally applicable criminal laws. This irresponsible ruling places the United States virtually alone among our democratic peers on the international stage. It is now up to the lower court to determine whether the conduct Trump is accused of committing are official acts within the bounds of that immunity. If Trump's actions are deemed official acts, should he return to the presidency, he is well positioned to follow through on his promise to stop any federal prosecutions against himself or his allies, including potentially by expanding the pardon power and pardoning himself. Oh, Logan Act with Israel, not to have a peace settlement. Oh, interesting, easily. Well, let's do it. Let's figure it out. I want that to end. That has to end. There was a really horrific bombing among many the other day that was featured, and I just feel like I didn't even hear about it on the news. I don't know. This world is escaping my ability to grasp. And then when people spend time on stupid beefs on the internet, then I kind of go, really? You're going to spend time on stupid beefs on the internet because you're a fucking baby and people are dying? What the fuck? Go away. Don't DM me again. If Trump's actions are deemed official acts, should he return to the presidency, he is well positioned to follow through on his promise. Okay, that's right. Only in an authoritarian regime can a leader do whatever they want, whenever they want, without any legal recourse or repercussions. For democracy to survive, we must build a legal regime where the legislature and judiciary can serve as meaningful checks on the executive, and where a former president is not shielded from accountability simply because they orchestrate their criminal acts from the Oval Office. That is what the solutions offered in this chapter strive to do. They aim to ensure that the highest officials in the land cannot act with impunity while in office. Oh, no problem, Cash. I mean, everyone has experienced loss. You know, like this is not. I just think it is. It is a real. It was a real wake up call for me about the tenuousness of our lungs in particular. And it just really stayed with me. And so I just really think whatever you can do to protect your lungs is really important. And so that's all. That's all. I just want people to, take care of themselves. Okay, here's the solutions. Overturn the Supreme Court's disastrous opinion in Trump v. placing the president above the law. In a stunning decision, blah, blah, blah. Effectively making the president into a king, unbound by basic legal restrictions that everyone else is required to follow. The decision has left to the lower courts the job of defining what is and is not an official act. As the principal dissent in the case rightly points out, the decision is atextual, ahistorical, and unjustifiable, placing our democracy in great danger. Congress must pass and the states must ratify a constitutional amendment overturning the Supreme Court's decision and making clear that presidents are not immune from criminal prosecution. Strengthen the legal framework. Get out of there. Get out of there, duck. Strengthen the legal framework for investigating presidents, vice presidents, and other high-ranking officials. The legal authority for the Attorney General to appoint a special counsel to investigate presidents, etc., for criminal violations is codified in DOJ regulations. As former Attorney General William Barr's efforts to undermine Special Counsel Mueller's investigation into foreign interference in the 2016 presidential election and Trump's repeated efforts to interfere in that investigation made clear, undermining those regulations is easily done. It is therefore crucial that Congress codify the special counsel's legal authority in statute. A special counsel statute should clarify the circumstances when appointing a special counsel is required, including when there are credible allegations of criminal misconduct involving a president, etc. Allow for expedited review of any attempt to fire a special counsel by the United States District Court or for for the District of Columbia, require the special counsel to disclose to Congress all prosecution and declination determinations without the prior approval of the Attorney General, and ensure that Congress has access to the special counsel's investigative findings. Rescind the Department of Justice memos that a sitting president cannot be indicted. The DOJ has a long-standing policy that prohibits a sitting president from being indicted. Special Counsel Mueller, who was appointed to investigate foreign interference in 2016, specifically pointed to that policy when he declined to indict then President Trump for acts he took both prior to and after assuming the presidency. The Department of Justice should rescind this policy. Even if the Department of Justice rescinds their memo, an attorney general might be hesitant to indict the president who appointed them. Congress should therefore pass a statute making clear that the statute of limitations does not run while a president is in office, so they cannot run out the clock on criminal liability. Although the Supreme Court has set an absurdly high bar for prosecuting a former president for official acts, presidents should not be beyond the law, and in fact, leaders of other democracies have been indicted and prosecuted with regularity and without democratic consequence. Establish a rocket docket to make it easier and faster for Congress to enforce subpoenas. Oh, wait, what's Tom saying? Would have helped to get the... Oh, my God. Establish a rocket docket to make it easier and faster for Congress to enforce subpoenas. Congress has broad authority confirmed by the Supreme Court precedent to conduct investigations, including by issuing subpoenas for documents and oral testimony. Historically, when a congressional subpoena was issued, there was resistance. Congress would negotiate and find a compromise where some, but not all, documents and tests. However, in recent years, there's been a trend of outright rejection of congressional subpoenas. So let's see, blah, blah, blah. So it is therefore crucial that Congress create a judicial rocket docket for subpoena lawsuits to bypass the ordinarily slow litigation process and enhance Congress's ability to conduct oversight on urgent matters of presidential abuse of power. Strengthen Congress's subpoena powers. Subpoenas are an essential tool. I'm actually just going to skip right down to the bottom because we know why. No. Let's see. To restore the legislative branch's role as a check and balance on executive power, the House and Senate should enforce financial penalties for agency officials who refuse to comply with subpoenas. Congress should also establish a new independent counsel office with a narrow, limited authority to investigate and prosecute senior executive branch officials for criminal contempt or obstruction of Congress. There's not an existing body that would do that. I can't believe that. I would think there'd be something that already does. Whatever. Create an inspector general for the White House. I thought we had. Okay, never mind. An inspector general, or even a quasi inspector general, on equal footing with other senior White House aides, could provide necessary investigations and oversight, and in the process, act as a watchdog to curb authoritarian administration's worst excesses. Prevent abuse of the pardon power. While the Constitution grants the president broad power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, that power is not limitless and could be easily abused by a leader who wants to cement his power by pardoning his or her political cronies. With former President Trump and others in his orbit openly discussing plans to pardon insurrectionists en masse, and even to pardon Trump himself, it's crucial that Congress and the courts enforce these limits despite the Supreme Court's decision in Trump v. United States, which seems to make it harder to challenge a corrupt pardon. Specifically, that's right. Oh my God. That means that the pardons that he gave to Roger Stone, Mike Flynn et al., Paul Manafort. Fuck. Wow, that just took that away with the stroke of a pen. Wow. Yeah, okay. Specifically, Congress should pass legislation like the Protecting Our Democracy Act, which codifies the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel's 1974 memo prohibiting self-pardons, and makes clear that a pardon made or offered with the intent to influence or stop an ongoing investigation constitutes obstruction of justice and violates the federal bribery statute. That legislation should further clarify that when a president obstructs justice, they are not committing an official act within the meaning of Trump v. United States. Moreover, Congress should also pass legislation like the Presidential Pardon Transparency Act that requires immediate disclosure of all pardons to Congress and the American people. Yeah, because why shouldn't it be? Why shouldn't it be? Weren't there reports of Trump and Rudy? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they sold pardons. Yeah. I think Mueller made a mistake on that. It should be rescinded and should have never been followed. I agree. I love this document. I think it's really good. An independent and ethical judiciary that upholds the rule of law is fundamental to our democracy. But what happens when the court's independence is no longer certain? Wink, wink. Burgeoning authoritarian regimes frequently undermine citizens' faith in the institutions charged with upholding the rule of law. In countries like Hungary and Poland, authoritarian leaders have manipulated judge and forum selection to ensure outcomes that benefit the ruling party, and in the process ensured that the concept of judicial independence becomes obsolete. In Hungary, for example, Prime Minister Viktor Orban packed the constitutional court with partisan judges, extended term limits from 9 to 12 years, and attempted to create an entirely new and separate court system controlled by the executive branch that would have had exclusive jurisdiction over public administration cases, including politically sensitive matters like corruption, electoral disputes, and the right to protest. What? I think Bill Barr needs to be investigated, frankly, for like bad stuff. I don't know. I'm just wondering. This is a key component of the blueprint for a democratic backsliding that is being used by authoritarian leaders across the globe. It is widely understood that once judicial independence is compromised, the slide from democracy into full autocracy is often a matter of when, not if. Bloomberg had an article today, Max says, paywall, sorry, what we know about COVID's impact on your brain. Oh, excellent, Max. Thank you for that. Yeah, because it does, yeah, we're losing brain power. You lose IQ points? Oh, God damn. Okay, let's see. Where am I here? Oh, this phenomenon is playing out in the United States as well. For several decades, there has been a concerted attempt to pack the federal judiciary with ideologues, aided in large part, by the elimination of the filibuster for judicial nominations. Oh, interesting. The Trump administration packed the courts, confirming the second most judicial nominees in a single term since President John F. Kennedy was in office, and appointing more Court of Appeals judges than any presidential predecessor. Wait, let's see. The Trump administration packed the courts, confirming the second most judicial nominees in a single term since JFK, and appointing more Court of Appeals judges than any presidential predecessor. And Congress shamelessly applied different rules to Supreme Court nominees depending on which political party nominated them, exemplified by the Senate's refusal to consider Merrick Garland's nomination more than 7 months before Election Day in 2016, compared with its rush to seat Amy Coney Barrett after voting in the 2020 presidential election had already begun. But the assault on judicial independence is not limited to packing the courts, with some ideologically extreme litigants using procedural intricacies to manufacture desired outcomes. These litigants have consistently filed cases with nationwide implications in single-judge districts, often in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Texas in Amarillo, where the Judge Matthew Kaczmarek, is known to be ideologically sympathetic. In other circumstances, the Supreme Court's so-called shadow docket has been embraced to decide cases of exceptional importance in the dark and without full briefing and input, thereby bypassing the scrutiny and transparency that accompanies briefing and oral argument. Also saw another study that showed that it mutilates more when it gets to the brain tissue compared to lung. Oh, fuck. Damn. Oh. Ugh. In other circumstances, former President Trump verbally attacked judges, seemingly in an attempt to shame or scare them into ruling in his favor. Trump claimed that a judge could not be impartial due to his ethnicity. At other times, he had unleashed his fury at the courts and judges who ruled against him, claiming they were political or corrupt. As the July 2020 murder of a federal judge's son in New Jersey at the hands of a disgruntled former litigant has reminded us, rhetoric like this can easily turn violent. As public attacks... Okay, so this is like... What's all this? Okay, well, that's all. The problems with the court. The erosions of norms. Okay, let's go to their recommendations. Protect the safety and security of judges, court personnel, and jurors. Come here, Sammy. Sam. Come here. Come here. Go over there. Sammy. These cats. I swear to God, they're going to jump right on there when I turn the light off. I swear to God. Okay. Democracy depends on judges and jurors who are free to make decisions without fear of reprisals, and court personnel who aren't worried about their physical well-being when they enter the courthouse doors. Without guarantees for their safety and security, judicial decisions may be compromised, undermining the promise of impartial administration of justice. Congress took a meaningful step towards protecting judicial security when the Daniel Anderl Judicial Security and Privacy Act was signed into law in the wake of the murder of federal judge Esther Salas' son by a disgruntled litigant. The law prohibits data brokers from selling a judge's personally identifiable information and prohibits the government from disclosing it. These protections should also be given to court personnel. Jurors also have unique security needs, particularly those who serve on juries in high-profile political corruption cases. In federal cases, a judge can decide to use an anonymous jury where juror names, addresses, and other identifiers are withheld from litigants and the public. State legislatures should pass statutes. Hi, Kat. How you doing? Good to see you. State legislatures should pass statutes that permit for juror anonymity in high-profile state criminal cases where the litigant has a well-documented history of harassing, harming, or intimidating, blah, blah, blah. End outcome-determinative judge and form selection. Outcome-determinative judicial form selection has been a tactic of elected autocrats in countries around the world, including in Hungary, where a single government official can choose which cases are assigned to which judges and judicial panels. What? In the United States, creative litigants are using quirks buried within the rules of civil procedures to achieve the same ends. This is exemplified by the seemingly unending litany of high-profile cases filed in one obscure judicial district in Texas, where the case is virtually guaranteed to be assigned to Judge Matthew Kaczmarek. Judge Kaczmarek has in turn become one of the most powerful men in America. The Judicial Conference recently released toothless guidance to address the problem that some judges have refused to follow. To truly fix this problem, Congress must get rid of single judge divisions. Oh, so he's the only judge in that. Oh, my God. Build an ethical judiciary that people trust so that judges have political power to push back on overreach. Historically, Congress has played an active role in regulating the Supreme Court's docket, jurisdiction, size, and inner workings, including passing legislation to govern judicial ethics, such as the Ethics in Government Act and Ethics Reform Act. Thanks in part to repeated ethical scandals, public trust in the judiciary and the Supreme Court is near its all-time low. This is a crisis of democracy because without a judiciary that is perceived as legitimate, fair, and impartial, our democracy is in peril. Unfortunately, the court's November 2023 non-binding code of conduct is woefully insufficient to meet the moment. Congress must step in and to require a binding code of ethics for the Supreme Court, like that proposed under the Supreme Court Ethics, Recusal, and Transparency Act, or SCIRT, and establish an inspector general for the judiciary with the responsibility to investigate and ferret out waste. Okay, that's great. Depoliticize the judicial nominees by enacting an 18-year staggered term limits for all Supreme Court justices. Ooh. You need tissues? Are you okay? Oh. Let's see. When a judiciary... Okay. Implementing staggered 18-year term limits for Supreme Court would significantly help alleviate the politicization of the nominations process and minimize the corruption of any individual justice or justices. Terms with regularized appointments would guarantee that each president has an equal opportunity to appoint justices, and as a result would lower the stakes of each individual nomination. It would ensure that the court looks more like the nation it serves, reflecting public opinion and modern-day values while preserving blah, blah, blah. Statutorily eliminate the Supreme Court shadow docket. Congress should use its constitutional authority over the court's jurisdiction to require written explanations by the Supreme Court of its decisions, and that the disclosure of votes by justices in cases filed within the court's appellate jurisdiction that require injunctive relief, as Senator Blumenthal's proposed bill, the Shadow Docket Sunlight Act, would require. The court itself should also amend its internal rules to provide clear guidance for the procedure and timing of emergency applications, and make clear that applications for emergency relief will not be granted unless the relief requested is a true emergency. And a shadow. Okay, so I'm sorry, I missed this one big part. Over the past several years, the Supreme Court has steadily moved away from its long-standing tradition of issuing almost all decisions after a full briefing, and instead has embraced the so-called shadow docket, where they use procedures intended for emergency cases to quickly and without full briefing or argument resolve substantive non-emergency cases that have a large impact on people's lives. Okay. Allow a wider diversity of courts to adjudicate claims. Our legal system designates some claims to be adjudicated in state, others to be adjudicated in federal. For example, the FECA, the Federal Election Campaign Act, prohibits state courts from adjudicating federal campaign finance violations. Well, we just had that in Georgia. They don't want to do some because they say they're federal. That's why they threw out the charges, is because they're federal charges. They're not state charges. That's what I read anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. In order to allow states to adjudicate more, and some of it is like now presidential immunity, so it's official acts. So that's why you threw out other parts. In order to allow states to adjudicate more federal claims, Congress should amend statutes that prohibit state courts from fearing federal claims, like exists in the FECA. Money. Blocking the abuse of law enforcement and emergency powers. A fundamental value of democracy is that the law should be upheld by an impartial justice system. When unaccountable political actors are able to manipulate the judicial system and weaponize law enforcement agencies' power, democracy is imperiled. All right, let me see what this... I'm going to go right to the reaction, or the thing. Whether the threat of authoritarianism is coming from a local sheriff or the president, the accountability, effective oversight, and robust checks and balances are crucial to prevent the weaponization. Let me see if they have a part about the... Why is this... Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh, here we go. However, the threat does not come from the presidency alone. State and local officials can also deploy law enforcement agencies in pursuit of political, personal, or financial interests, and at the expense of public safety or civil liberties. These frightening examples are all the more troubling given the historical context of policing in the United States. At their best, which is slavery, policing and prisoner slavery. Just saying. At their best, law enforcement agencies can preserve public safety, and as we saw in the heroic actions of U.S. Capitol Police and D.C. Metropolitan Police on January 6, can help safeguard elected officials and the public, the democratic process, and the infrastructure of democracy. But in the United States, law enforcement has also long been wielded as a tool to suppress dissent and used to intimidate and maintain the status quo. The NAACP found that the roots of today's law enforcement... Hello, didn't I just say this? The NAACP found that the roots of today's law enforcement can be traced back to oppressive slave patrols, which began in the 1700s. Modern police forces were used to suppress labor movements in the late 1800s, brutally crack down on nonviolent civil rights protests in the 1960s, and consistently target and control communities of color. These anti-democratic uses of policing persist today, with police killings of black people and people of color with impunity. This history likely explains, at least in part, why some law enforcement agencies themselves have ties to extremist violent politics. Thus, it is all the more important to prevent an authoritarian leader from wielding law enforcement power towards unlawful ends. Okay, so their recommendations are: create statutory safeguards to prevent corrupt attempts to influence law enforcement, obstruct criminal investigations, and use investigations to target political opponents. The rule of law is threatened when a president injects personal or political imperatives into what is supposed to be the independent and neutral application of the law by the Department of Justice. Yet, as we have seen over the past several years, there has been a systematic weakening of the norms that have historically protected the Department of Justice from interference from the president, including attempts to obstruct criminal investigations of political allies and calls to weaponize the DOJ to investigate and prosecute political adversaries. There are steps Congress can take to ensure this does not happen. Congress should codify limitations put in place by the Biden administration on communication between the DOJ and the White House to ensure that DOJ does not become a tool of any administration to target political opponents by a vindictive president. Congress should also require law enforcement agencies to log enforcement-related communications and inquiries that they have with any White House officials or members of Congress. Root out extremism within the ranks of the federal government and law enforcement. Domestic terrorism has become the most urgent terrorism threat in the United States faces today, according to the White House's National Strategy for Countering Domestic Terrorism. White supremacy and racism are often part of the driving ideologies behind the violent domestic extremist groups in America, such as the Oath Keepers, whose leaders have been found guilty of seditious conspiracy, and whose members stormed the Capitol on January 6. Yet a 2022 investigation found that more than 300 members of the Oath Keepers identified themselves as current or former Department of Homeland Security employees. 300 members of the Oath Keepers. Other investigations have revealed, and those are just the ones that say it, similar ties to violent extremist groups at the state and local level. In Chicago, at least 27 current and former police officers were found to have ties to the Oath Keepers. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then I wanted to see if they talked about the sheriffs. I don't think they do. Departments have taken some steps to all federal agencies should set up working groups to counter extremist activity and issue publicly accessible reports documenting their progress. Here's the problem. Like, we did reports like that. Not that you don't have the data, but I just relying on reporting sometimes. I don't know. I mean, yes, you have to, but I don't know. The White House should, it's not a guarantee, I guess. I don't know. I feel like people manipulate data sometimes. The White House should issue government-wide guidance on how to improve the vetting process for full-time contract hires to root out individuals with ties to violent extremist groups with the requirements of the First Amendment, and should ensure that there are adequate whistleblower protections in place, yes, for government employees and contractors who safely report extremist activity. I wonder how the first SCOTUS lunch is going to feel after everyone's break. Oh, how's everyone? How was your break? Do you have a good time? That's me, like, pretending to eat lunch. The law, however, is vague. Oh, reform the Insurrection Act. Sorry. The Insurrection Act permits the president to deploy military and National Guard troops within the United States to suppress civil disorder, rebellion, or insurrection. Is that my cat making that noise? This is evident in the fact that Trump reportedly considered invoking the Insurrection Act twice, once in response to Black Lives Matter protests, and again to hold on power after losing the 2020 election. And you want to know who talked to him about it? Mike Flynn. That's right. Little Mikey Flynn. We must amend the Insurrection Act to provide clear criteria for domestic deployment of the military, including precise definitions of civil disorder, rebellion, or insurrection, and ban the deputization. This is good, because now what I'm hearing, I don't know about you guys, but anytime I hear militia people, they're all about, being deputized by their local CSPOA sheriff, constitutional sheriff, and ban the deputization of non-military private citizens. Moreover, the legislation should be amended to mandate presidential consultation with state governors before deploying troops into any state, and implement a time restriction on the president's power to deploy troops not to exceed 30 days without renewed congressional authorization. Amend the National Emergencies Act to stipulate that an emergency terminates after 30 days unless it is extended by Congress. Okay, so this is the National Emergencies Act. It's basically saying the president can go, but after 30 days that has to be reviewed by Congress. And the Office of Legal Counsel's secret interpretations of law. The DOJ's Office of Legal Counsel has issued binding legal guidance on a range of controversial issues, including the legality of warrantless surveillance, the torture of enemy combatants, and whether Donald Trump should be charged with obstruction of justice. But the vast majority of OLC opinions have been kept secret, creating a substantial body of secret law that is ripe for abuse. Jesus Christ, how can law be secret? Congress should require that the Attorney General publish all OLC opinions on the DOJ's website free of charge, and should amend the records subject to mandatory proactive disclosure. To accomplish this, Congress must appropriate funds so OLC opinions can be reviewed for information that is classified or subject to privilege. Absent congressional action, the president should issue an executive order. Good. Let's do it. What are we waiting for? I think it's kind of good. I mean, I don't know. I guess everything depends, right? J.B. Morgan wanted the railroad business and to strike any violence. He funded the police. Yeah. 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 Whole law enforcement accountable for misconduct. What? To that end, Congress should pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, which would restrict qualified immunity and create a nationwide police misconduct registry. Why we don't have one right now, I don't really understand, but okay. Which would restrict qualified immunity and create a nationwide... Okay, blah, blah. Additionally, officers who are terminated for cause should not escape accountability by relocating to another jurisdiction. All law enforcement agencies should be required to use the National Law Enforcement Accountability Database. Oh, so it literally exists? Are you telling us it already exists and it's optional? What the fuck? By tracking criminal convictions, suspensions, terminations, and civil judgments, as well as sustained complaints of serious misconduct. The database provides hiring officials with the necessary information to assess candidate suitability, filtering out individuals with a history of serious misconduct or extremist behavior. Preventing public corruption. We're almost there. Hang in there. We're almost there. Kind of. Healthy democratic society requires institutions that can successfully fight and deter public corruption. Uncontained corruption will affect every element of democratic society. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I know we're kind of running here, but I don't. Okay. As president, Donald Trump repeatedly lined his pockets with benefactors' cash. Money from foreign and opaque sources flooded into his businesses as watchdogs sought in vain to prevent his unconstitutional profiteering. And since he left office, he and his allies have profited handsomely from connections they developed while in office, including Jared Kushner and Steve Mnuchin, who both have received billions with a B from the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's Saudi Public Investment Fund to finance their post-White House professional endeavors. Really? Oh. That's not interesting. Trump, however, is not the only government official to illegally line his pockets. Recently, Senator Robert Menendez, a Democrat, was convicted of accepting bribes from agents of the government of Egypt in exchange for official acts and collecting handsome payouts, including gold bars, including literal gold bars. Rep. Henry Cuellar, also a Democrat, was recently indicted for similar conduct, in his case, allegedly accepting bribes from a subsidiary of the government of Azerbaijan. Meanwhile, members of Congress from both political parties and from across the country are trading stocks, sometimes apparently based on information they learn in confidential briefings, creating risks of conflict and using their positions to enrich themselves. This practice made headlines at the beginning of COVID, as reports emerged of members of both parties who, after attending a closed-door COVID-19 briefing, bought and sold stocks, including in pharmaceutical and teleworking companies. Scandalized, the public demanded an end to congressional stock trading and ownership, but every attempt to pass this bipartisan legislation has stalled. I thought Barr made them secret, but that they weren't before. I guess it's been a policy. The judiciary is far from immune in this crisis. In 2021, bombshell reporting revealed that the dozens of federal judges had heard hundreds of cases in which they had a financial interest in one of the parties. These conflicted judges included those appointed by Republican and Democratic presidents and impacted cases from every region of the country. In the wake of that scandal, reports began to emerge of potential serious corruption by members of the Supreme Court. What? The public learned of influence peddling operations such as, quote, Operation Higher Court, which bought access to and potential influence over Supreme Court justices, as well as astounding ethics violations on the part of individual justices. Oh, let's see. Let's pick one. Yeah, Justice Clarence Thomas. His repeated acceptance of hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts and travel and conflicts related to his wife, Ginny Thomas's support of efforts, not just support, actions to overturn the 2020 election, as well as Justice Alito's association with the Stop the Steal movement. are prime examples of this ethics crisis at the higher level. We bought some tomatoes yesterday. We're going to make bruschetta. Restore the ability to hold the officials accountable for corruption. Restore the ability? Okay, so I'm skipping. Additionally, okay, wait. Congress should pass legislation explicitly overturning the Supreme Court's disastrous corruption decisions, including McDonnell v. United States, U.S. v. Sun Diamond Growers, Skilling v. United States, Snyder v. United States, and the numerous cases that have made it incredibly difficult to hold officials accountable for outright bribery and self-enrichment. Additionally, Congress should make it easier for the government to prosecute these cases on an expedited timeline, because the longer corrupt officials are allowed to remain, the more corruption will harm our democracy. I thought there was a... What about the Chevron? I mean, that's not corruption. I'm just wondering about that Chevron decision and the fact that it just hamstrings agencies from actually, bringing investigations against people. All right. Build a functioning and strong congressional ethics regime. Despite its status as the people's voice in government, Congress has unequivocally failed to create or enforce rules that ensure members of Congress and their staff are serving in the public interest rather than their own personal or financial interests. The failure to establish stronger ethics rules. Okay, we know, but what do we do? Congress should create a single central ethics regulator covering both chambers that provides general ethics guidance and develops a clear and concise congressional ethics manual. Gives members individual advice on whether a member's conduct or assets constitute a conflict of interest, supervises divestment plans, ensures financial and any additional disclosures are accurate and released to the public, and enforces the conflict of interest regulations by levying civil fines and making referrals to the Department of Justice. Why can't they work for whatever that isn't there like a Congress, I don't know. I thought there was some other existing thing. Oh, clearly I'm wrong. Additionally, did I say that? Oh yeah. Additionally, Congress must address a series of more discrete conflicts of interest, including by prohibiting members from serving on boards of directors that include a fiduciary relationship, and limit members' participation and involvement with entities that lobby. That's good. Hi, Jen. How are you, love? Create a FOIA-like process for Congress and legislative branch agencies. Public access to government records is key for uncovering corruption and ensuring accountability. The FOIA process, which itself is in need of repair, generally allows the public... Okay. Congress should create a FOIA-like process for itself and legislative branch agencies, allowing the public access to congressional records as recommended by the National Archives FOIA Advisory Committee. Crucially, this legislation should include requirements for the proactive disclosure of some information and an appeals process allowing requesters to challenge adverse decisions. Chevron USA, yeah. I think, that's the one. Yeah, it has nothing to do with corruption, but I don't know. I guess that wouldn't really help us in this setting about democracy. I don't know. I kind of feel like it does, but maybe everything does. Okay. Require officials across all three branches of government to divest their individual financial interests in stocks and similar assets. So what are they saying? Congress should require that the president and vice president, all high-level executive branch officials, all members of Congress, all federal judges, and Supreme Court justices, their spouses, and dependent children divest all of their individual stocks or other similar financial holdings and convert them into non-conflicting assets like mutual or index funds, or place their holdings into a qualified blind trust to be divested and managed by an independent trustee. Additionally, Congress should create a functional enforcement regime, including by expanding the federal financial conflicts of interest statute, 18 U.S. Code 208, to apply to all officials who are required to divest, including SCOTUS, and empowering the Office of Government Ethics and Department of Justice to levy significant fines should they fail. Expand and enhance the government's anti-nepotism rules. No more Nepo babies. Ivanka Trump. Okay, yeah, no more Nepo babies. Rebuild the broken campaign finance system. to track and combat authoritarian attempts to influence policy. Citizens in the years since the Supreme Court's decision in Citizens United, United v. FEC completely upended the nation's campaign finance laws. Untraceable, mostly anonymous spending on federal elections has increased by orders of magnitude, depriving people of their voices in our democratic system and creating vectors for authoritarians to push their poisonous political ideology into the mainstream. Congress must stop this trend. Congress must pass and the states must ratify a constitutional amendment overturning the Supreme Court's Citizens United decision. In the absence of such an amendment, Congress can take steps to improve the system, including by passing the Disclose Act, which is designed to curb the influence of both corporate money and foreign money on our elections. Congress should also require near real-time disclosures of all the people who make large donations to PACs or politically engaged 501c4 organizations during election cycles, and amend the tax code to prevent opaque nonprofit entities from serving as conduits to obscure the sources of election funds. Federal regulators should also take steps on their own to combat this problem, including having the SEC and other financial regulators require that public companies disclose all of their election and lobbying spending to their shareholders and describe how they make decisions about political expenditures. Pass legislation to make it simpler and easier to enforce the emoluments clause. If we can get enough Congress members, I know this is the thing, we could do this. I mean, we could make real progress, I think. Why is the Disclosure Act so much? I don't know. The emoluments clause, arguably the most important in anti-corruption laws, were designed to foreclose improper efforts to influence the president, and in the case of the foreign emoluments clause, other federal officials, and constitutionally ensure that corruption does not undermine public faith in democracy. Former President Trump's repeated violation of the clauses and the difficulty in enforcing them, in part because of Trump's ability to delay any action throughout his term, made clear that further action is required to ensure the clauses are not made irrelevant. Specifically, Congress should require presidents and vice presidents to divest all assets that might present a conflict of interest within 30 days. Numerous entities, including the U.S. Attorney General, States Attorney General, Congress, and private citizens, have standing to bring suit to enforce the clauses. Congress should clarify that the constitutional reality by creating a clear cause of action to enforce the divestiture and requirement and emoluments clauses in federal court. Additionally, Congress should empower state officials to seize assets that violate the emoluments clause and levy hefty fines up to 10 times the amount of the assets following a successful seizure. Make federal officials and candidates' finances more transparent. In some instances, the public remains in the dark. Did you see Vance's phone number of his office given out? Oh no. Are you kidding? Oh my God. That guy's such a dope. I'm sorry. He's not really that savvy. Congress should require presidential and vice presidential candidates to release more comprehensive financial disclosures, including tax returns, and require presidential and vice presidential candidates to disclose a detailed plan to address actual and potential financial conflicts of interest if elected. Congress should also pass a statute giving the public access to the tax returns of all presidentially appointed Senate and Senate-confirmed officials, subject to certain redactions. Strengthen the laws that prohibit government officials from accepting outside money during and after their tenure in office. During the Trump administration, it became apparent that laws and regulations aimed to prevent government officials from accepting money from outside sources included major loopholes that rendered them largely ineffective. For instance, loopholes seem to allow senior officials to accept non-governmental money through their private business holdings, including from foreign sources, through contracts and business deals. If that official chooses not to take a government salary, this so-called Jared Kushner loophole allows wealthy government employees like Kushner or Ivanka Trump to evade a statute prohibiting them from getting paid by people or businesses outside the government while they're being paid by the government. That is because they didn't actually take a salary for their work in government, so they're not technically being paid by the government. That's why Congress should amend Section 209 to make clear that the statute applies even if an official chooses not to take a government salary. Congress should also provide the Department of Justice with more authority to investigate and prosecute violations of the statute and increase penalties for violations. They should respond to Kushner and Steve Mnuchin's brazen acceptance of billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia by expanding and tightening the post-employment statute, 207, and ensuring that officials are not making policy as a bid for future favor in order to get money from a corrupt source after their tenure in office. And finally, Congress should take steps to prohibit government officials from accepting corrupt money to fund their legal expense funds in the first place. By limiting that amount, donors can contribute to a legal expense fund, prohibiting legal expense funds from having multiple beneficiaries, prohibiting lobbyists, foreign principals and their agents, and other interested parties. Countering foreign influence. Okay. Foreign governments across the ideological spectrum have always had a major interest in and desire to influence the United States, particularly true for governments that are not democracies. A supportive American government can give political legitimacy to unstable governments, negotiate advantageous diplomatic settlements on their behalf, and provide much-needed access to global capital markets. On the other hand, disapproval from the American government can lead to crippling economic sanctions, travel bans on foreign government leaders, or even military confrontation. Well, okay. Flexy flex. Am I right? Therefore, it is perhaps unsurprising that a global network of authoritarian governments invests millions to influence America's foreign policy. Some countries use completely illegal mechanisms to do so. For instance, in addition to paying high-priced lobbying firms millions of dollars to directly influence the U.S. government, the Saudi monarchy invested heavily in an influence campaign, including a rather successful calculated media campaign to convince America's policymakers and the general public that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was a force for change in the region. Yes. The kingdom even poured even more money into the United States after the Crown Prince allegedly ordered the murder and dismembering of Washington Post columnist Jamal Khashoggi. The United Arab Emirates similarly poured money into a secret influence campaign in the United States that involved donating hundreds of millions of dollars to think tanks and universities, and secretly hiring former American military officials to lobby Congress and the executive branch, all while being accused of torturing political prisoners and even helping fund parts of Russia's war in Ukraine. Other countries have blatantly influenced American policy, with some violating American criminal law in the process. In 2016, Russia infamously went so far as to illegally meddle in our elections to support Donald Trump, including by providing directly to his campaign with damaging opposition research, hacking his opponent's servers, and leaking their salacious materials as Election Day approached, and running an online influence operation through Facebook to promote Trump's campaign. And in 2024, it appears that China tried a similar influence campaign to bolster Trump's candidacy, creating hundreds of sock puppet accounts on social media that share fake images disparaging President Biden and memes supporting Trump. Although there is so far no allegation that the Chinese effort violates American criminal law, it is nonetheless how an authoritarian country can influence not just American policy, but also American elections. Other countries have more blunt tactics, like Egypt, where they gave gold bars to little Bobby Menendez, who we loudly called to be held accountable for his crimes. How is that different from the Trumpers who are calling for him to be held accountable for his nevermind? I really want to get into the Pandora Papers and the Panama Papers. God damn. Oh, they have Paradise? Is that different? These global authoritarian influence campaigns are greatly bolstered by the United States' inability to detect and trace the money that flows into our economy. Shocker. As the Pandora and Paradise Papers revealed, America's outdated and loophole-ridden rules and regulations allow bad actors to conceal the true source of funds behind webs of opaque shell companies, while local and state laws allow these same funds to land in impenetrable corporate structures or bottomless trusts. It is therefore possible that the global authoritarian movement to influence American policy and opinion is even more widespread and well-funded than we know. Combat the flow of foreign authoritarian money into our elections and politics. Over the past several years, we've begun to understand the full extent of the threat posed by foreign authoritarian governments, funneling illicit cash through shell companies, blah, blah, blah. This is another vector. Okay, Congress should pass the Disclose Act, which would, among other things, make it harder for foreign governments to meddle in critical state and local ballot measure campaigns. Additionally, the act and other tools Additionally, the president should direct federal agencies to make use of the Corporate Transparency Act and other tools to combat illicit financial flows to protect the integrity of our elections and our government officials, including by strengthening the statute that prohibits federal employees from supplementing their salary. Stop foreign governments from evading election law to support their preferred candidates. Okay, let's just go to the thing. Congress should amend criminal statutes prohibiting foreign campaign contributions and expenditures to specify that information including Oppo research, hacked or stolen data, polling, or other information about voters constitutes a thing of value and statutorily create a duty to report any attempts by a foreign government or agent to help or harm a candidate by providing them with that information. Overcome the FEC's intransigence by creating a private right of action. The FEC, in conjunction with the DOJ, is statutorily charged with enforcing U.S. campaign finance laws, but more often than not refuses to do so, particularly when allegations of misconduct are raised against candidates running for president. They're consistent. Well, he shouldn't be running for president in the first place. Hello, I'm way back there. Their consistent lack of action invites corruption and gives candidates a green light to violate campaign finance laws with impunity, a threat that is particularly concerning when a candidate illegally accepts money from an authoritarian government seeking to influence American policy. To counter this intransigence without risking additional presidential abuse, Congress should follow the model in place for environmental and labor law violations and amend the Federal Election Campaign Act's private right of action to let parties sue to enforce campaign finance laws whenever the FEC fails to bring in enforcement within a specified period of time after notice by a complainant. Shore up our laws and regulations governing foreign influence on our government. Let me just go down to the Congress should pass legislation creating a permanent ban on senior executive branch officials and members of Congress from representing authoritarian governments after leaving government. Congress should extend the cooling off period for any foreign lobbying and close loopholes in the Foreign Agent Registration Act and in the law's disclosure system, including by expanding the role of civil enforcement and ensuring compliance. Compliance. I think this is, isn't it just 8? I think we're almost done. All right, let's go out with a bang. Ensuring the right to vote. The rising specter of authoritarianism threatens all of our democratic institutions, including those integral to voting in elections. From subtle manipulation of electoral systems to bold assaults on the peaceful transfer of power, authoritarian tendencies threaten the very foundation of our democracy. As we prepare for the challenges ahead, we must focus squarely on safeguarding electoral integrity and ensuring the smooth transition of presidential authority. At the forefront of our battle lies the integrity of the electoral process itself, extending beyond the physical infrastructure of the elections and seeping into the digital domain where disinformation and misinformation campaigns are rampant. In this age of AI-influenced... Okay, I'm not going to... Yeah, we know. Let's see. In this era of disinfo, the rejection of legitimate electoral votes has emerged as a serious threat fueled by Trump's refusal to accept. But Trump is not alone. Coy Griffin. Little Coy Griffin. Little guy on a horseback. A New Mexico County commissioner. Cited baseless allegations of election fraud. He still does. In his refusal to certify primary election results. He was subsequently removed from his public office pursuant to Section 3. For engaging in J6, although election certification is a ministerial duty, meaning that elections officials have no discretion under the law in refusing to certify elections. Some are ignoring that mandate and pointing to policy disagreements as a reason not to certify. In North Carolina, for example, Board of Elections members cited their state's lack of photo ID requirement for voting was as their reason not to certify, saying, "We feel the election was held according to the law that we have, but that the law is not right. The fact that election officials feel emboldened to ignore the law and reject electoral results simply because they disagree is chilling. Let's see. Yep, the fake electors. Voting Rights Act. We need the Voting Rights Act. Sorry. All right, I'm just getting to what's the point. Furthermore, the practice of gerrymandering threatens the very essence of fair representation. Recent efforts at the state level to restrict access to redistricting materials, including congressional map drawing, meeting minutes, and other documents relating to the redistricting process, highlight the urgent need to simultaneously combat gerrymandering and enhance public access to the information. Simultaneously, millions of people, primarily people of color who reside in the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, continue to be disenfranchised. As we confront authoritarianism, it is incumbent upon us to protect not only the mechanisms of democracy, but also the administrators who uphold its integrity and are the backbone of our elections. Oh, good. Let's see. What are you going to do? Yeah. Oh, okay. In today's political arena, leaders with anti-democratic leanings are actively exploiting electoral laws and institutions to bolster their control, curtail political diversity, and foster an unfair electoral advantage through tactics like gerrymandering, voter coercion, and other forms of electoral manipulation and corruption. Their growing refusal to accept election outcomes is exacerbating an already volatile situation, fueling heightened political polarization, social unrest, and violence. This troubling state of affairs underscores the need to safeguard our electoral processes and principles of democracy. Pass voting rights. Do it first. Because if you don't get voting rights first, nothing else matters. I had a voting rights activist tell me that once, and I'm like, you're right. If we don't secure the right to vote, nothing else really matters. Oh, think about it. Interesting. John Lewis. I love John Lewis. What a loss. Since the Supreme Court destroyed the pre-clearance provisions in Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act in its disastrous 2013 decision, Shelby County v. Holder, states have dramatically increased their efforts to pass restrictive voting rights laws that limit voter participation, disproportionately harming marginalized communities. This is happening at the same time that the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Eighth Circuit is making Section 2 of the VRA, which empowers private individuals to challenge racially discriminatory voting practices or procedures like racial gerrymandering, much harder to enforce. This attack on marginalized communities' fundamental right to vote is a travesty. It's therefore critical that Congress prioritize passing legislation like the Freedom to Vote Act and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which would safeguard voters from discrimination based on race, establish minimum standards to ensure all voters can participate in fair and open elections, support election workers, correct the corrosive impact of dark money, and make clear that the interference with and intimidation of officials who are tabulating, canvassing, and certifying election results is a federal crime. Implement ranked choice voting. How do you guys feel about that? Our current electoral system generally leads to only the two major party candidates in a general election having a realistic chance at winning. Breaking this two-party duopoly and giving voters the ability to more accurately express their political preferences could help limit the influence of candidates with an authoritarian tendency. Okay, I get that. New York has it too for their local. One proven way to do that is through ranked choice voting. It empowers voters by enabling them to rank candidates according to their preferences. This choice fails to secure victory. This transformative approach guarantees that every ballot carries weight, even if a voter's initial choice fails to secure victory. Several states have implemented RCV, including Alaska, blah, blah, blah. Okay. States should pass legislation creating ranked choice voting in their states, and Congress should enact the Voter Choice Act to aid state and local governments in transitioning. Enfranchise millions of people by admitting Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico as states. Yes. Yes, please. If they want to be. I think they do. I think both of those places would prefer to be a state, but I don't know. So I say yes. Put another table on the end. We got company. We got family. The District of Columbia has already completed the steps typically required for admitting new states, including passing a referendum supporting statehood and passing a state constitution. Similarly, Puerto Rico passed a referendum in 2020 and is scheduled to hold another plebiscite. Is that how you say that, plebiscite? In November 2024. Congress should immediately admit D.C. as a state and admit Puerto Rico as a state if the island votes to become a state in November. Guaranteed paid time off for voting. Yes, please. Make it a national holiday. Period. The unfortunate reality is that many people cannot afford to take off unpaid work. I know, I voted for it when I lived in D.C. To participate in the electoral process. This is particularly problematic for communities of color who are disproportionately hourly workers and who experience exacerbated challenges at polling stations, where longer wait times force them to choose between their income and exercising their right to vote. This barrier to democratic engagement highlights the need for policies and laws that mandate paid time off for voting. There is currently no mandate. It's time for Congress to pass the Time Off to Vote Act, ensuring employees nationwide receive at least 2 hours of paid leave for federal elections, a move that several states and companies have already taken. That makes sense. I mean, the thing about it is like when I was in charge of an organization or something like that, it was understood that you took the time you needed to vote and you didn't get docked for that. Period. And we just had to figure out how to cover. That's all. So it couldn't be everybody at once, but we could figure out how to do it. You know what I mean? I think that's important. Protect election workers and election places. Political attacks on our electoral system are taking a toll on local election officials. During the 2020 acquaintance, says former Clinton staffer boss just gave the whole company election day off. Oh, wow. That's so great. Alas, they're all election judges. So they have to work. Oh, well. Okay. Oh, well. That's too bad. But they get paid. Maybe that's better. I don't know. These threats, fueled by individuals denying the outcome of the 2020 presidential election, are prompting a wave of poll worker and election official resignations. While some states have taken steps to protect election workers and election places, including in Maine's requirement for election workers to undergo de-escalation training, and Arizona and California's inclusion of election officials in address confidentiality programs, a more unified and comprehensive legislative framework is needed. State and federal governments must immediately bolster financial resources for physical security at polling places and security training for all election workers. We must also protect election workers by creating additional civil and criminal penalties, including criminalizing acts of intimidation or harassment against election workers, and prohibiting the weaponization of personal data to intimidate and harass individuals through doxing. Similar legislative efforts to protect workers have recently passed in Connecticut and Nevada. Congress and other states must follow. Prevent authoritarian actors from refusing to certify. Everybody wants to say no. Until recently, election certification went largely unnoticed and unchallenged during the 20 and 22 elections. However, some partisan actors refused to certify state and local elections, causing chaos and uncertainty, thereby furthering the distrust in our elections. In the lead up to the 2024 elections, Georgia changed the certification rules and potentially laid the groundwork for local officials refusing to certify an election whose outcome they don't like. States must step in and prevent authoritarian actors from weaponizing the certification process and in violation of state and federal law. Where necessary, states should amend their laws to reinforce that election officials have a non-discretionary duty and are to be duty to certify election results, and their questions about alleged fraud or error to bring legal challenges against state officials who refuse to certify. Colorado's proactive approach to election certification, which permits the Secretary of State to step in and review and certify results if a county canvass board misses its certification deadline, is a model other states should replicate. Moreover, those who attempt to obstruct process can face severe penalties under Colorado law. Ensure that contracts for voting equipment and software only go to companies with a commitment for upholding democracy. Companies that supply voting equipment play a crucial role. If these companies and their equipment are not trusted, conspiracy theories can quickly proliferate, a pattern we are witnessing firsthand. Not witnessed. It's not past tense. Contracts for voting equipment and software should therefore only go to companies who meet certain democracy benchmarks, including disclosing their corporate giving, not accepting foreign funding, passing a security risk and vulnerability assessment, and a commitment for supporting whatever legitimacy wins the election. Whomever legitimately, establish independent redistricting commissions to combat gerrymandering. Gerrymandering exacerbates the historical marginalization of certain segments of the population, particularly communities of color, by manipulating district boundaries to diminish voters' influence, thereby perpetuating a cycle of racial disenfranchisement. In most states, the responsibility for drawing congressional districts rests with the legislature, a process susceptible to exploitation by self-interested political actors of both parties. In order to limit the ability of anti-democratic politicians to skew congressional results, states should establish an independent redistricting commissions. Arizona and Michigan stand as examples of states with IRCs, which effectively removed politicians from their involvement in drawing district boundaries. IRCs, I didn't realize that. IRCs ensure that congressional districts are drawn based on objective criteria, such as prohibiting districts drawn to benefit a specific political party and adhering to guidelines set forth in the Constitution and Voting Rights Act, thereby restoring trust. I think that's not a bad idea. Legislatively guarantee access to records related to drawing congressional maps. In South Carolina, a court recently allowed a racially gerrymandered congressional map to persist through the 2024 elections, despite the court's previous determination that the map was deliberately drawn to favor certain racial groups. Drawing congressional boundaries is a complex task that is susceptible to outside forces seeking to weaponize it in service of their own partisan aims. Enacting state laws that grant public access to redistricting materials such as meeting transcripts, map drafting records, and related communications can shed light on efforts by anti-democratic forces. That's a great idea. Prevent AI-fueled misinformation. Oh, how are you going to do that? Building on federal prohibition against candidates or their agents fraudulently misrepresenting themselves as speaking or acting for or on behalf of another candidate, the FEC should conduct a rulemaking that clarifying that the criminal prohibition against fraudulent misrepresentation applies to deliberately misleading campaign advertisements using AI. Congress should also pass legislation explicitly giving both the FEC and the Federal Communications Commission roles regulating AI in campaigns. Blech. Additionally, both Congress and state governments should enact measures such as the AI Transparency in Elections Act to require disclaimers on political advertisements generated with AI and consider legislation that would address AI-powered voter suppression. Oh my God. I need a copy. We're 2 pages away. Hang in there. Reform the ascertainment process. Fuck yeah. Donald Trump and his allies' attempt to subvert the 2020 election exposed the vulnerability of our democracy during presidential transitions. Following a presidential election, the GSA is charged with ascertaining the winner, which officially starts the process of the peaceful transition of presidential power, including by dispersing federal funds from the office of the president-elect. This bitch. I want this bitch in trial. I'm sorry. I know that's mean, but I don't care. I'm really mad. Let's see. You just had it on yourself. I guess I was just saying that figuring out voting maps in something I'm not going to put my bean through at this point. Your brain through. I said bean. Your brain through at this point in time. I don't blame you. I do not blame you. But I think I feel like redistricting, I mean, shouldn't that be simpler? Like, shouldn't it? I don't know. Okay, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. I guess I was saying that figuring out voting, yeah, it's so turd. The word gerrymander was coined at a British or Boston dinner. I will get professional help after I finish this because frankly, I think my brain is done. Gerrymander came from a prominent Federalist in March 1812, according to an 1852 article by historian John Ward Dean. Dinner party hosted by a prominent Federalist. Wait, it was coined? What's it based on? Do we know, Tom? I can imagine. Obama did have voting maps figured out. They're working on an AI redistributing tool, but it's still several years away. Oh, that's good. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Is it good? I'm not really sure. Let's go to this. We're almost there. To further safeguard against partisan manipulation of the ascertainment process and propose recommendations to enhance it. Oh, wait. Oh, safeguard. The GAO should conduct a review of the ascertainment process and propose recommendations to enhance it. Moreover, Congress should pass legislation prohibiting a political appointee from overseeing the ascertainment process. That's a good point. It should really be... Oh, yeah. Well, I can't say that one either. No, I'm just kidding. So I think they got a little tired in this one, but maybe they're just deferring to the GAO. But yeah, a political appointee as the head of the transition, no. Ensure transparent and effective presidential transitions to prevent the weaponization of that process. Transitions pose unique challenges in maintaining control of classified information, preserving public records. Gerrymander. He's just the guy that walked in last. Let's just call it gerrymander. Jerry's here late. Yeah. Accordingly, President Biden... Oh, wait. According to the National Archives and Records Administration, every administration since the 1980s has mishandled classified documents. Accordingly, President Biden launched the Presidential Records Transition Task Force in February of this year to explore best practices to control classified information during a change in administration. Congress should amend the Presidential Record Acts to provide meaningful enforcement mechanisms and make clear that nothing in the act exempts a president from federal criminal laws restricting the disclosure of classified information. Ring that bell. Gerrymander's at the door. Girls, we did it. We did it. We did it. We really, really did it. What did we do? We did it. What did we do? We did it. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we're gonna go back to our beach campfire. Because we can. Oh. Insert GIF of Festivus here. I got a lot of problems with you people. Oh, lordy, lordy, look who's 40. Lee. Yeah, wow. Well, that's an excellent document. My goodness. I love Crew. Crew, we love you. I don't know how to do a heart. We love you. I don't know. Whatever, you know what I mean. But Crew, you're the best, man. You fucking you just rock my world. Make me happy. I love Crew. So again, links are in the description, and I can I'll throw the link to a couple other things eventually by the end of the day. So if you are like, what was that piece that Lolo was reading? You can come back to it. Yeah, live stream. Join Rep AOC and Chair Lena. Why can't I read that? At FTC for a virtual roundtable on efforts to fight back against corporate power in our communities. 6:30 p.m. on Friday. Ooh, thank you, SB. Thank you for that. Do you have an idea of where that will be? Do you have an idea of where that's going to... Will it just be on a congressional... I'll try and look for that and see if I can find the link. Thank you for that. Federal Trade Commission. Okay, sorry. Not the FEC, not the Federal Election Commission, Lolo. Oh, you did? The link doesn't show up, bub. So if you just tell me the part after the www, if you just type that in, no HTTP, no www, just type in the website name, it'll come up. If you don't mind. Sorry. If that's hard, don't worry about it. I'll find it. It just doesn't show up if you're not a moderator. That's why, well, Oomp's a moderator because he, for some reason, got hidden in the channel, and the only reason to see him in chat, or the only way to see him in chat, was to make him a moderator. So he's a moderator, primarily for that purpose, although incredibly helpful, and drops links. And then Gal is also a moderator, really only because she drops links. She doesn't normally moderate anything, any channels. She's, but she drops links all the time, and I wanted it to be easier for her. So that's why, I have moderators. Otherwise, I just moderate my own shit. I'm the one that's banning everybody. Nobody moderates anything. I'm the moderator. Gal doesn't moderate shit. Oomph doesn't moderate. I mean, they don't. That's not their purpose. So it's not a typical mod situation where it's like, oh, no, they're not. They're doing it out of convenience for us to get the information out. She doesn't do any of that. Cal, I love you. I love you so much. I just want you to know that. I just want you to tell you that. I love you so much. I've seen Gal wield the wrench. Yeah, she has when it's been a situation where someone might be coming at me. And I'm not around to say yes or no. And also, yeah, so she has the right to remove anybody she wants to because she knows exactly what I would do. So, yeah, so she has done it a couple times, but really in extraordinary situations. So it's just not the same as another channel. I have mods for different reasons than, we're going to keep the chat in line. We just don't have that issue that often. So, yeah, I've seen her do it. But really, it's very rare, and it's more me. I'm the drama. If anybody wants the drama, I'm the drama. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. No good deed goes unpunished. I get tired of Bible verse competition. Bible verse competition. Leviticus 3:16, God damn it. That's right. I need someone to moderate my cold. Poor Tom. Except once I gave a gift to some troll. Well, that happens. That just totally happens. That's YouTube. Fallopians 3:14. I said Lolo 9:6. It was what did you see I posted under General Flynn or whatever. Flynn. Mike Flynn said something like wait. Oh shit. What did he say? Oh man. It was so funny cuz wait. Something like he had I will show up something if blah, blah, blah. And then he said, I will show up even if blah, or no. Oh man, I have to remember. It was pretty funny. COVID 219. Uh-oh, now look what you did, Oomph. Now we have all kinds of Bible verses in here. God damn it. Damn it. Way to go. Anyway. It was something where he said something if, and then I was like, and don't forget, as if. No. LOL, not really. I don't think I've seen, but you know what? Now we do. Now we have a problem. Damn it. Of course, we're making them up. They're fake biblical. Well, Leviticus is not fake, but does Leviticus have a 3:16? They probably do, and I don't know it. I trust you to know that all fat is the Lord's. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cal, I was just reading your stuff on tribulation. LOL. My niece said some crazy religious shit yesterday. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Causing disruptions in the evangelicals. Disrupting the evangelical flow, if you will. Treasures in Heaven from the Sermon on the Mount is so soothing. Treasures in Heaven. Oh, I hear what, yeah, I know it. I remember. Okay, now I remember. I'm like, going back to sitting behind Jimmy Trujillo in the 4:00 Saturday service. That's where my mind is. That was my that was my Catholic. That was my. I went to church for the God of Jimmy Trujillo, who was so adorable. I didn't realize how. Yeah. He thought it was a Clapton song. Some serious shit is happening in those circles. Yes. Oh my God. I think there's a lot of panic. Don't you get that impression? There's just a lot of sense of like House of Cardies kind of thing. I have to look at the new RT news that came out today. I didn't look at that. I'll look at it after, actually. You have chocolate? I have chocolate. We went to Trader Joe's, like I said yesterday, and I got some chocolate covered pretzels. So I have those, and I'm really excited about it because I'm going to have them for lunch. Oh, the CNN. I don't know. Is that it? I don't know. Somebody brought it up, and I just have to go look at it. Panic, and they have no towels. Hitchhikers. All right. Actually, I kind of want to look that up. I'm going to look it up before you guys go. Before I go. Before you go back to your lives. RT. Oh, this is CNN. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm going to read this article before you go. Don't leave. Don't leave me. Okay. Here we go. CNN politics. Unidentified directors in Russia today. Look at all those buttons. Look at all the buttons the Russians have. Those are fantastic buttons. Reading Hitchhiker is different post-Trump. That would be interesting. Zaphod Beeblebrox. Not as charming as he once was. Zaphod Beeblebrox. It's there. Oh, yeah, I got it. Zelensky met with Michael Douglas today? The actor? Why? Is he going to shoot Michael Douglas into Russia? I don't get it. Is this a Romancing the Stone 2? Is that what this is? Okay. Here we go. The Biden administration on Friday announced a major effort to blunt the global influence of RT and expose what it says is the Russian state media's network's key role in the Kremlin's global intelligence and influence operations. This does feel big. Thanks to new information, much of which originates from RT employees, we know that RT possessed cyber capabilities and engaged in covert information and influence operations and military procurement. Oh, Douglas Putin Fatal Attraction 2. There you go. This time the roles are reversed. Thanks to new info. Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Said Tony Blinken. A key finding from the new U.S. intelligence is that for more than a year, the Russian government has quietly embedded an intelligence gathering unit within RT that is focused on influence operations globally. That activity has been part of U.S. officials described as a big expansion of RT's role as an arm and mouthpiece of the Kremlin abroad. The activity goes beyond propaganda and covert influence operations to even include military procurement, according to U.S. officials. Yep, and he brought his son. There's a video. Wow. Okay, well, whatevs. Okay, whatevs. The goal of the U.S. announcement and private discussions with allied diplomats is to make sure that countries know that RT and Russian intelligence agencies are working together to sow division and harm democratic processes, while simultaneously making it much more difficult to RT to operate globally, a senior administration said. CNN, okay, whatever. Asked for comment, RT responded with a mocking email that read in part, quote, "We've been broadcasting straight out of the KGB headquarters all this time." Whatever. Friday's news is part of a full-fledged government effort to curb RT's global clout. It comes just after a week after federal prosecutors announced criminal charges against 2 RT employees for covertly funneling nearly $10 million into a U.S. company to create and amplify content that was aligned with Russian interests. The covert influence campaign was aimed at the American public ahead of 2024 presidential election, U.S. officials said. U.S. diplomats are looking to the coming days and weeks, including the UN General Assembly gathering. We do need Hollywood, unfortunately. I don't know. It does help. It just creates, it helps if you've got the right narrative and the right people. I mean, granted, you can do bad things with Hollywood too. Lots. But there is power there too to tell a story. And if you get great storytellers, then maybe we can make this a little easier to digest because there are so many details and so many years to cover. So that's why I think Hollywood could play a role. It's not that they're important, but they could play a role. And they let us down by ignoring it. That's my problem. My problem is they minimize the problem, the threat to democracy by not talking about it. You know what I mean? So I think it's actually harmful for them to act like nothing's wrong. That's kind of stupid. Formerly known as Russia Today, RT runs television and online platforms around the world that advance the Kremlin's agenda. The U.S. Department of Justice forced RT America to register as a foreign agent in 2017 after U.S. intelligence officials concluded that the media outlet contributed to Russian efforts to meddle in the 2016 election. The U.S. believes RT propaganda and disinformation has been key to generating pro-Russia reactions to the Ukraine war globally, a senior administration told CNN. When Russia invaded Ukraine, RT was banned in the European Union, and in the U.S., the channel is not publicly broadcast. Bad news, Bear. Bad news, Bear. They're right there. They're not prohibited. What the fuck did that mean? What the fuck did that mean? What the fuck, CNN? What the fuck? What's happening here? What's happening here? I'm floored. I mean, is it that it doesn't have its own channel? I don't get it. The U.S.-led effort to target, how do you say that name? Huawei, a Chinese telecoms equipment maker, which began during the Trump administration and continued under President Joe Biden, is viewed as a model for how U.S. officials are currently looking at targeting RT globally. The U.S. was able to push many countries not to use the Chinese company's equipment after a global effort making the case that the company was an instrument of the Chinese government. Okay, well, that's it. That's it for that. I mean, am I wrong? Am I overreacting or something to the ineptitude on that? Red Pod covered this. Oh, wow. Recently, come to think of it, RT, yes, I would imagine. That's the weirdest thing this is kind of like the problem is we're living in like CNN will say, well, don't worry, RT is no longer publicly broadcast in United States. Au contraire, mon frère. I just pulled it up. It took me a second. And it's not even like, oh, it's RT with a booty boo. Oh, look at this.
Is vital to the health of any democracy.
Here you go.
It helps citizens understand the issues and effects.
Can you hear it?
And their country, the world. When state or non-state actors spread
this is Anthony Blinken.
Material deliberately meant to deceive.
It's not YouTube. It's on Rumble.
They attack the very foundations of our free and open society.
Oh, broadcast.
In March,
okay.
I laid out the comprehensive steps the administration is taking to address this threat to our national security and to our national fabric. First, we're building a more resilient global information system where objective facts are elevated and deceptive messages gain less traction. We're doing that by promoting policies and programs that protect a free, vibrant,
this is on RT. What I'm showing you right now.
And media literacy so that people
it's on RT. That's the RT channel showing this.
Second, we're working to expose, to disrupt, to deter disinformation. Through the State Department Global Engagement Center, we're coordinating government-wide and with other countries to identify, to analyze, to undercover attempts by governments and non-state actors to manipulate information. Third, we're taking steps to hold accountable those who weaponize disinformation to undermine our democracy. That's what we did just last week when the State Department, the Justice Department, the Treasury Department, the FBI took a series of coordinated actions to counter Russian influence and interference in our elections and in our democracy. In addition to imposing sanctions, visa restrictions, and other measures, the State Department also designated the Russian state-funded and directed media company, Rossiya Segodnya, and 5 of its subsidiaries, including RT, under the Foreign Missions Act. As a result, these actors are now required to notify the State Department of all personnel working in the United States, as well as their property. We took these steps based on our conclusion that Rossiya Segodnya and these 5 subsidiaries are no longer merely fire hoses of Russian government propaganda and disinformation. They are engaged in covert influence activities aimed at undermining American elections and democracies, functioning like a de facto arm of Russia's intelligence apparatus. Today, we're announcing that these Kremlin-backed media outlets are not only playing this covert influence role to undermine democracy in the United States, but also to meddle in the sovereign affairs of countries around the world. Thanks to new information, much of which originates from RT employees, we know that RT possessed cyber capabilities and engaged in covert information and influence operations and military procurement. As part of RT's expanded capabilities, the Russian government embedded within RT a unit with cyber operational capabilities and ties to Russian intelligence. RT's leadership had direct, witting knowledge of this enterprise. Russian government actors incorporated the cyber capabilities of this unit within RT in the spring of 2023, which is focused primarily on covert influence operations.
Yeah, we're watching it via the actual weapon.
Under the cover of RT, information produced through this unit flows to Russian intelligence services,
I'll
Russian
go to
media
that right
outlets,
after this, Gal.
Russian
I
mercenary
think he's
groups,
almost.
and other state
Oh
and
no,
proxy
he's.
arms
Oh,
of the
it's
Russian
48
government.
minutes. No, we're not doing 48 minutes. Let me just see. Oh no, it's all him. Oh wow. Oh, it's questions. Okay. All right, that's fine. Let's go to Gal's thing. Well, anyway, just so you know, that is the RT channel, and I understand what you're saying. What prevents a prohibited information from getting on a website? I mean, I guess from a free speech. Is there any, like, when an organization is determined to be like like sanctioned, like this one? Does that mean you can't stop it from coming in on other platforms? Is that kind of it? Meanwhile, in Russia, head of RT Margarita Semyonan told Vladimir Solovyov she will never admit to what RT is doing in the United States, except to Vladimir Putin. She admitted RT is running covert projects in the West and following orders from the Kremlin. Well, that sounds like a pretty dumb thing to say. But okay, here we go. Here we go. This is 8 minutes. Oh, it's по-русски.
В операции по злонамеренному влиянию участвовали два гражданина Российской Федерации, ну, естественно, сотрудники РТ.
You have to read the subtitles.
Володя, а я, честно говоря, ты ж под санкциями.
Нет.
Как, не под санкциями?
Как ни странно, Америка против меня санкций не вела.
Молодцы, значит, они
Канада,
еще ведут.
Япония, Европа, страны, о существовании которых я и не подозревал. Они вели, а против меня почетного жителя штата Алабамы.
Okay. That's kind of hard to keep. I was not sanctioned by. He says he's not sanctioned by the United States. Even though they were planning to do it, it was discussed even before they sanctioned others. They're probably getting ready to do it. They're probably because I don't hold an administrative position. They just won't give me a visa. But what would I do there anyway? Most likely, they would issue a visa to detain you at the airport. I won't let them do it so easily. I hope not. When we see that somewhere in the West, they try to accuse us of something, to say something, it amazes me. In the U.S., they think we care about their elections. Idiots! We care about your civil war. May you, political dirtbags, kill one another. You are so pathetic and laughable. Honestly speaking, I was a bit disheartened. Unless Trump is joking, I was saddened by Trump's reaction. Was he offended? Yes, he was offended. Oh, sweetie. Watch. Putin endorsed Kamala. I was very offended by that. I wonder why he endorsed Kamala. No, he's a chess player. He endorsed Kamala. Should I be upset about that? No? Huh? Was it done with a smile? I think it was done maybe with a smile. I don't know. Who the hell knows? Nobody is going to figure it out. They are about 19 steps ahead of America. In the U.S., in all seriousness, they discuss the fact that Russia has an enormous influence on their elections. Not so long ago, the way they perceived it, Russia was a breathless corpse that you could kick or poke with a stick. No one took it seriously. Turns out, the situation here isn't nearly as bad. These aren't double standards. Forget this expression. This is war. Это война that these lowlifes are waging against our country. Go ahead, Margarita. Let me briefly explain what had happened. She's the head of RT, with all this yelling and screaming across the ocean this week. When the special military operation started, everyone knows that our ability to normally work was shut down in all countries that support Ukraine. First of all, in the United States and in Europe, our broadcasting was stopped. Our licenses have been taken away. You couldn't transfer money. You couldn't work there. For example, in Great Britain, one of our employees was told that if he continues to work for us, he'll be imprisoned for 7 years for violating sanctions. They've decided that this way, we will shut up. We can't shut up and leave. Our motherland hasn't given us an order to retreat. All of us are soldiers. They've scared themselves with talk of a covert empire. All of us are Putin's foot soldiers. They won't be able to shut us up for the aforementioned reason. We obey only the orders from the Kremlin. We only do it if the Kremlin orders it. In these countries, including in the United States, we started to work undercover. Partisan warfare, guerrilla warfare is well known and well loved. I thought she said lubim, and I'm like, loved. Studied Soviet textbook. Oh, whoops. We organized a number of guerrilla projects. I won't say whether these are the projects of which the United States is currently accusing us, or maybe there are different projects. I won't say anything. I don't know anything. I won't testify about it under oath. I won't report about it to anyone except for our Supreme Commander-in-Chief, and he didn't ask these questions. There are two reasons they did this now. These projects turned out to be incredibly successful. Our audience grew by leaps and bounds. Compared to when we were openly broadcasting, of course they noticed it. Last year alone, our English language projects got nearly 14 billion with a B views. It's painful for them. This is more than our BBC, CNN, Al Jazeera in English. You have no competition. Спасибо, дорогой. We do. Fortunately or unfortunately, they are pathetic outsiders. That's what he said. And she's coughing up a lung because she probably has COVID. Plus to that, they have elections. This is a well-established scenario. Whenever they have elections, they have to quickly distract everyone with Russia. Since their education was taken away from U.S. citizens, what they call education is not education. Since being informed was taken away from them, and this was done to completely deprive American citizens of it, because of all this, there are things they can't grasp. They still live with the idea of a red threat. The voice of Churchill in 1946 still sounds in their heads. From Trieste to Stettin, from Stettin to Trieste. An iron curtain has descended. They still believe in all of this, generations later. It's easy to hook them with this. Some part of the audience falls for it. Two of our guys were accused of money laundering, in addition to being sanctioned. This is serious. It's very serious. How did they launder it? I don't know. I have no idea. Understand, it's not corruption, it's money laundering. They portray us as some kind of mafia clan, a conglomerate. They came to search the residences of our people there. What horror. We urgently evacuated several people. I want to personally thank Masha Zakharova, who was dealing with it all night long, as well as our consulates in New York and Washington, D.C. People were told openly they're facing 20 years in prison. They were offered to cooperate. What they were most interested in is whether I got orders from the Kremlin. Listen, comrades, do you think I'm getting orders from the CIA? Or where else would I get my orders? I am the head of the Russian state media outlet that is funded by the government. I am proud that I work for my country. Write it down. All of RT employees and its editor-in-chief follow only orders from the Kremlin. Any other orders are being used as toilet paper. Zoinks. Well, there you go. It's right from whatever her name was, Margarita. Do-do-do. Wow. Well, there you go. Sorry, I didn't realize it was so cut off. Those ahistorical, ignorant Americans still treasure Churchill words. Yeah, I didn't really get everything. Like, she kind of like, I don't know. There's some bad acting. I don't know. Whatever. That's who Flynn sat with. Oh, that's her. Oh, I was wondering who that was. What's wrong with the graviton comment? What's a graviton comment? Hi, Badger. Oh, wow. She's just explaining. Well, and the thing about it is I feel like this is very much an age of you just kind of say what you're doing because they have to prove it in a court of law that what you're doing is wrong. And frankly, the Russians can't even be bothered worrying about American courts. Do you know? Like, they just can't be bothered worrying about American courts and ramifications. As Americans don't worry about their courts. You know what I mean? Now, granted, I understand the Russians have a unique position right now, in the world, in that they are they're waging a war. So they definitely have a different ideological, I don't know, whatever. But I'm just not saying that, I just don't think that, I don't know. She's smarter than that. They're not going to say anything that gets them. They don't give a shit. I mean, they give a shit about their people probably. But I feel like the intelligence operation in Russia has been around so long. I don't really think they give a shit what the United States or anyone else thinks until it gets involved with their money. And then they just figure out how they're going to get around it, which is by putting RT on Rumble. So yes, the channel itself may not have a channel on like Roku, I guess, on a streaming platform. But they do in Rumble. So I guess I'm just confused as to why can they go into Rumble when they're a sanctioned company? Wouldn't there be rules against Rumble allowing a sanctioned company? Like, or is a sanction just that the United States government can't be doing business with the sanctioned country? Is that what I'm misunderstanding? Maybe they've been beating us. Why would they care? I know. I don't. They got what they win. I mean, do you understand? I mean, Roe's gone. They have their work with the GOP or whatever, their compliment to the GOP is that they I don't know. She sounded like she might be scared that some may think she's a double agent. That could be. I don't know her well enough to, think about her like whatever, but Russia doesn't care about Roe except for Lindsay you're right. That was the wrong example. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the distrust, the disinformation that is generated through the Russian influence operation, to me, accomplished much of what an influence operation would want to accomplish. And the evidence of that is that we end up with things like Roe being overturned. I think that's what I meant. Sorry, I was making it more of a general argument. Ginny Thomas favorite. I have not thought of that in a while. EO 13848. Yeah. And they want wounds to the society. Yeah, they want disruption. They don't. It's not an ideal. I personally don't think Russia's interested in taking over America. I feel like they take it over through their information and guiding public opinion. You know what I mean? Like, that's the battle I think that they are stronger in, and perhaps have won important battles along the way in the last 10 years. And it's funny because she says, oh, you all live with this red specter, all that kind of stuff. I feel it's actually the opposite. I feel like people that, especially younger generations, don't have the Red Scare kind of mindset, and therefore are like, what's the big deal? Like, just, except for the Ukraine war, what's the big deal with Russia? That kind of thing. So I don't know. Doctrinal active measures would include activity on our side of that issue too. Doctrinal active measures. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I think influence operations are not just Russia's. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. I don't know. I mean, yeah. So what I don't know. Okay. I'm going to go. Thank you so much for coming. And I will see you tomorrow night for the lounge. Thank you. This has been a very informative morning. Very informative. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Have a wonderful Friday. Be good. Don't be